അത് മൊത്തം വർഷം
അയ്യോ ആദ്യം സെന്റ് ജോൺസിന്റെ മാച്ചാന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. 1:30
പാർട്ടി ഇട്ടാലോ? ഗോഡിൽ എന്ത് പറയുന്നു? കൂടാമോ? 1:30 ആരും ഇല്ലടാ.
Nobody.
എന്താ
I don't know.
ജോസഫും പ്രിയാരും ഒന്നും ഇല്ലേ?
ഞാനെല്ലാം കടയിലല്ലേ.
ഓ മൈ ഗോഡ്. ജോസഫോ അപ്പോ?
അവന്റെ കാര്യം അറിയില്ല.
അയ്യോ ജോസഫേ, അയ്യോ റീവർ ഫാൻഡം അതെങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്? അല്ല വിളിച്ചു നോക്കട്ടെ. വരുന്നുണ്ടാ നീ? വരുന്നുണ്ടോ? വരുന്നു. ഓക്കെ. റൂം ക്ലീൻ ചെയ്യുന്നു. പിന്നെ മെസ്സേജ്
Match found.
മനിതർന്നൊന്നറിഞ്ഞു കൊള്ളുക. ഇത് മനിതർ കാതലല്ല, മനിതർന്നത് കൊല്ലേ കാതലല്ലേ.
Dominating.
Hey!
Y'all better keep up.
Fight!
Let's go! Dead! Triple, baby! super dead. Put down. Get out of here. Rain is down.
Iya.
ക്രൗച്ച് ചെയ്തൊരു സ്പ്രേ ആവേ. അയ്യേ അയ്യേ
Heads up. That's done.
എടാ
No, you don't.
10 kills remaining.
Embarrassing.
Green card is here.
kills remaining.
Sorry, bro. You're out. What?
അവിടെ പിങ്ക്മാനെ കാത്തിക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് എനിക്ക് സെന്റൽസിന് മാച്ച് തുടങ്ങുമെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു.
ഓഹോ.
One kill remaining.
Next time I'm getting first place.
അത് ശരി. ആഷൻ വരൂ.
അത് ശരി. എല്ലാരും വാ. എവിടെ ആശൻ?
ഡോണ്ട് നോ. DPC പോയില്ലേ? മീ കം ഈവനിങ്. അത് ശരി.
എവിടെ പോയില്ലേന്ന്
അറിയില്ല.
ആ മറ്റേ ആമന്റെ അവിടെ, അത് വൈകിട്ടാ പോന്നേന്ന്.
ഇനിയിപ്പോ ഇങ്ങനെ വേണ്ടി നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കണം.
പഴയ സെന്റിനൽസിന്റെ കളിയായില്ലേടാ, അത് കണ്ടൂടെ ഇരുന്ന്.
സീറ്റോസ്കാർ ഡോമിനേഷൻ അതിൽ 8-1 കിടക്കുന്നു. ടൈം ഐ നീഡ് ഹെൽപ്പ്. എന്ത് ഹെൽപ്പ്?
നോക്കട്ടെ.
Bring me home at 2:30 from കനാളി. 2:30 എത്തുക കനാളിയില്.
ആശ എവിടെ പോയേക്കുന്നു?
അറിയാൻ വയ്യ. അമ്മയുടെ സ്കൂട്ടർ കൊടുക്കണം. ഓഹോ, എന്നെ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഇറക്കത്തില്ല, എന്റെ ചന്തി അടിച്ച് പൊട്ടിക്ക് ഇവിടെ ഇറക്കിയ.
എന്താ?
തിങ്കളാഴ്ച എക്സാം.
ഓ മൈ ഗോഡ്. എക്സൈറ്റ് അല്ലേ? ആക്റ്റീവാണോ?
നീ ഉണ്ടോ? രണ്ടു മണിക്ക് നീ ഇവിടെ കാണുമോ?
കാണാമായിരിക്കും. ഞാൻ പോയി വിളിക്കാം.
ആശാന എത്ര മണിക്ക് ആശാനെ? കമ്പൈ ടു
ആശാൻ എത്തുമ്പോഴേ വിളിച്ചാൽ മതി. കാഞ്ഞാളിൽ എത്തുമ്പോഴേ വിളിച്ചാൽ മതി. ഡോണ്ട് വറി.
ഓക്കെ, വിൽ കോൾ വന്നു. എന്തിടാ വേണം പിങ്ക്? എക്സാം എന്ന് വണ്ടേ?
My ult is ready.
Yes.
They will cover.
അങ്ങനെ തന്നെ പോയ കണ്ടാ വയ്യല്ലേ.
മുതൽവാ. I ult is ready.
വരുമെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. ഡോമിനേഷൻ തോന്നുന്നുണ്ട് അവിടെ.
10-2 അല്ലേ? ഗോൾഡ് ലോബിയോ സിൽവർ ലോബിയോ ആയിരിക്കും. മുതൽവാ. Hey. Kepar. Tujuh. Biar. Kalau kami masak. Orang tua. Anak rumah. Ada yang
My outfit.
Karena apa ya? കട്ടിയാക്കി കാണാൻ പറ്റുമെന്നൊന്നുമില്ലേ? ഇതിന് കൂടുതൽ thickness എന്ത് ചെയ്യും?
My outfit.
Oh, udah betul.
My outfit. My outfit. My outfit. My outfit. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Down. Next. Gotta go. Too slow. Down. I'm out of here. Next. Too slow. Down. Next. Go, go, go. Too slow. Next. Gotta go. Down. Next. Go, go, go. Down. Too slow.
ഓ 10-5 ആയി പറയണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അയാൾ തോറ്റോണ്ടിരിക്കും.
I'm out of here.
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഇപ്പൊ കളി തുടങ്ങാറായിരുന്നു. എത്ര മണിയായി?
I'm out of here.
1 മണിയാകും.
എന്താ?
Gotta go. Here we go. Gotta go. Next. Too slow. Down. Next.
My ultimate is ready. Cage trigger. Cage trigger. Cage trigger. Cage trigger. Cage triggered. 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 Cage triggered.
ഡേറ്റ ഒക്കെ തീർന്നതാണ്. 26 പേരുണ്ട്.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
My ult is ready. They are so dead.
ഹായ് നിന്നോടൊക്കെ മലയാളത്തിലടാ ചോദിച്ച വാട്സപ്പില്
അത് ടാഗ് ചെയ്ത് ചോദിക്കണം, അല്ലാതെ കേട്ടിട്ട് പിന്നെ
അപ്പൊ എല്ലാരും ഇങ്ങനെ അറ്റിയേക്ക് ടാഗ് ചെയ്യണമെന്നാണ് നീ പറയുന്നത്.
ആ പറ്റത്തില്ലേ നിങ്ങള് കളിക്കല്ല.
എന്റെ ഭാഗത്ത്
ഇങ്ങനെ ഇപ്പൊ വന്നു
ഇപ്പൊ വന്നു
ജയിച്ചാ പറ്റാ.
അറിയാലോ, ഒരു ഫണ്ടിന് ഭൂമി അങ്ങ് പോയതാ. ഏത്
ലോബി ആയിരുന്നാ?
സിൽവറോ ഡയമണ്ടിലോ വിധി എന്ത് പറഞ്ഞു?
സിൽവർ സിൽവർ ആയിരിക്കും.
അതെ അതെ അതെ. നിനക്ക് ഡയമണ്ട് കിട്ടിയ ഓഹോ, എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയ
നിങ്ങളുടെ അല്ലേ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വരുന്നതല്ല സിൽവർ ലോബിയാണ്.
എന്തോ കൊടു ആസാൻ എന്ത് ചെയ്യേ?
ഒന്നരക്ക് ഡിസ്കോഡില് വാച്ച് പാർട്ടി ഇടും, മര്യാദക്ക് കേറിക്കോണം. മനസ്സിലായ?
ആരുടെ എന്ത് വാച്ച് പാർട്ടി?
സെന്റിനൽസ് എസ്എസ്
ഒന്നുമില്ല തീട്ടം കളിയാണ്.
നമ്മളൊരു വാച്ച് പാർട്ടി വെച്ചിട്ട് എത്ര കാലായത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഓർമ്മയുണ്ടോ? മര്യാദക്ക് കേറി അടുത്ത ഞായറാഴ്ചയുള്ളൊരു
അടുത്ത ആഴ്ച തൊട്ടല്ലേ?
കൂട്ടുകാരൻ വന്ന് കിടക്കുന്നു. അറിയാനല്ലേ വന്നത്?
പറഞ്ഞ കടയിൽ പോയെന്ന്.
ഞാൻ കടയിൽ പോയെന്ന് വെച്ചാ കടയിൽ പോയിട്ട് ഹലോ
ഞാൻ ചുമ്മാ കയറിയതാടാ. ഇനിയിപ്പോ പോണം.
കളിക്കുന്നോടാ നീ?
കടയിൽ പോകുന്നു.
രാത്രി വരാം. അല്ല രാത്രിയല്ല, നാളെ.
ഇറങ്ങിപ്പോ.
ഓക്കേ.
അയ്യോ അതിങ്ങി ഒന്നേ, എനിക്ക് ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. USB 2 ഇതല്ലേ ഒന്നേ, ഇത് കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറിൽ നിന്ന് കുത്ത ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. ഇവിടുത്തെ കാര്യം കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എടാ അപ്പൂസേ, ഐഫോൺ വെച്ച് ടെതർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ?
ഐഫോൺ വെച്ച് ടെതറിയാൻ പറ്റില്ല എന്നാണ്. പറ്റും തോന്നുന്നല്ലോ. USB ഉണ്ട്.
USB ഉണ്ട്. USB കിട്ടി.
പറ്റും.
ഞാനിത് പൊക്കി വേളി കൊണ്ടുപോകും ഒരു മാസത്തേക്ക് അല്ലേ.
ഒരു ഐഫോൺ വെച്ച് ടെതർ ചെയ്യാനോ?
ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ടേബിൾ ഇല്ല. ടേബിളിന് എന്തോ ചെയ്യും? ടേബിൾ പൊക്കി കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല, ഒടിഞ്ഞു വീഴും. അല്ലേ പിന്നെ ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യണം, വലിയ റൂമിലെ ആ ടേബിളില്ലേ അവിടോട്ട് വെക്കണം. നോക്കട്ടെ, ഞാൻ അവിടെ ഒതുക്കി പറക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ബോങ്കുട്ട ഓസ്കാർ, മര്യാദക്ക് വാച്ച് പാർട്ടി കയറി മനസ്സിലായി.
ഞാനൊന്നും ഇല്ലാത്ത കിട്ടം കളിയാണ്.
മര്യാദക്കാണ് ഞാൻ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്, മനസ്സിലായോ? മര്യാദയുടെ ഭാഷയിൽ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നു. കയറിക്കോളാം. ഒന്നും പറയാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല.
Match found.
Brack.
Let's go.
പിങ്ക്മാൻ ഇനി എന്തായാലും വരുന്നില്ല.
Kingdom get itself into this time.
പ്രാർത്ഥനയിലായിരിക്കും.
നിന്റെ അവിടെ എത്ര മീറ്ററിന്റെ കേബിളാ നീ വാങ്ങിച്ചത്?
അറിയാം എത്ര മീറ്ററിന്റെ വാങ്ങിച്ചത്, ഇനി നോക്കേണ്ടി വരും.
എന്നാടാ എന്നൊക്കെയാണ് നടക്കുന്നത്?
15 മീറ്റർ വാങ്ങിച്ചാൽ നിൽക്കുമോ? അതാണ് ഞാൻ ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്.
ബൈ Cat 6 കേബിൾ. ഒരേ ഒരു അഡ്വൈസ്, ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ നീ അനുഭവിക്കും. യു വിൽ സഫർ.
Cat 6 ഒരുപാട് വിലയാവും.
Cat 5 Cat 5 നന്നായി. ഇവിടെ ചത്ത് കിടക്കുന്നത്
ആളെവിടെയാടാ? ആരാ
ഇതിലെന്തോ ഇത്
हमारे पे भी ये रिप्लाई दे
എന്റെ പൊന്നെ
കാറ്റ് 6 എതർനെറ്റ് കേബിൾ 15 മീറ്റർ ഹൈ സ്പീഡ് അതാണോ?
യെസ്
Cat
തോന്നുന്നു
6 മേടിക്കുക.
ഹാഫ് ഷീൽഡ് ഒക്കെയാ
Spike down B.
ഇവിടെ സ്മോക്ക് ഒക്കെ ചെയ്തറാ ഒരു ക്ലോവ്.
Enemy remaining.
എടാ ക്ലോവ് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാ
എവിടെ
ഏല്.
ഏ?
ആ
There you are, you little shit.
30 മീറ്റർ ഒന്നും വേണ്ടല്ലോ അല്ലേ?
അത്രയൊന്നും വേണ്ട.
ഏയ്
20 മീറ്റർ.
ഞാനൊരു മൗസ് ബഞ്ച് മേടിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് ഗൈസ്.
ഞാൻ തന്നെ 10 മീറ്റർ കണ്ടേ വാങ്ങിച്ചോളൂ തോന്നുന്നു.
നീ അന്ന് 25 മീറ്റർ എന്തോ പറഞ്ഞെന്നുള്ളതാണ് എന്റെ ഓർമ്മ.
കാണാ എന്തായാലും ഇവിടെ കൊറേ ഇവിടെ സൈഡിൽ കെട്ടി ബാക്കി വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് കൊറേ ഉണ്ട്.
അന്ന് ഞാൻ തണ്ടറൂടെ വീട്ടിൽ വന്നപ്പോഴേ ഞാൻ എന്താ പറയാന്നുള്ളതിലാണ് എന്റെ ഓർമ്മ. ഇതൊന്നും പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു, ഇത്രയും വായിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ലായിരുന്നു.
ഭയങ്കര സ്ലോ.
Enemy spotted B.
30 ഗൈസ് 30.
Spike down B.
നീ അവനെ കണ്ടില്ല? അവൻ ആദ്യം അങ്ങനെ കാണിച്ചോണ്ടാണല്ലോ ഒന്ന്.
15 മീറ്റർ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോ എത്ര ആണോ?
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
ആ ചത്തില്ല, വൺ ഷോട്ട്.
150 സെന്റിമീറ്റർ 1500.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna.
15 മീറ്റർ.
അയ്യോ
15 മീറ്റർ 1500 മീറ്റർ അല്ല 1500
ഞാൻ ഓർഡർ
എത്ര മീറ്റർ ഉണ്ട്
നോക്കട്ടെ. സോറി നോക്കാം. ആമസോൺ
അതൊന്നറിയണം. എത്ര മീറ്റർ ഉണ്ടെന്ന്, എത്ര മീറ്റർ ഉണ്ട്, അത് എത്ര മീറ്റർ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് അറിയണം. ആ 1.5 മീറ്റർ. സ്വരം പോലെ വന്നായ
ആ നോക്കാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല, ബാനായി പോയ അക്കൗണ്ട് അതിരുന്നത്. വരുന്നടാ? ഇല്ല വരുന്നില്ല.
അവിടെ അളക്കുവാ മൂട്ട.
എ പ്ലാന്റ്
Spike planted.
എത്ര ഉണ്ട്? 142 142 സെന്റിമീറ്ററാ. അപ്പൊ 11 മീറ്ററാ.
ജെറ്റ് സൈറ്റ്
Player standing.
എടാ ഇവൻ എന്നെ കണ്ടില്ലേടാ?
ഇല്ലെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു.
ഹലോ
ഞാനന്നേരം പറഞ്ഞില്ല 3.5 മീറ്റർ.
3.5 മീറ്ററാ? 3.5 മീറ്റർ ഇതുണ്ട്. ഇതൂടെ നോക്കേ. അടയ്ക്കണ്ട, ഇത് വേണ്ട.
എന്നെ തീട്ട കളിയാണ്.
ഇവിടെ തൊട്ട് മേളി വരെ എത്ര ഉണ്ടെന്ന്. ആ
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget.
വേണോ?
2.4. മറ്റേത് 3.60. 3 മീറ്റർ അടിക്കല്ലേ, മോട്ടർ അടിക്കല്ലേ? അപ്പൊ 15
ഒരു
മീറ്റർ
ഗാഡി
ഇത്രയും.
ലൈവ് അല്ല അല്ലേ? സന്ധ്യ അടിഞ്ഞ പൊട്ടില്ല.
ഏതാ പഴയ വാച്ചിന്റെ? അത് വേണ്ട. സ്വരം പലയപതി പതലേ പതലേ എണ്ണമയമതനേ മതനേ ദിരമിന്ദ മതലേ മതലേ ആയാലെന്തീരേ.
Spike planted.
94.
സത്യം.
Last player standing.
ആരാപദ്രിയേ, ആരാപദ്രിയേ.
പാട്ട്
ट्रेन के अंतर से स्पीकर बारोबार हाई.
Who's next?
എടാ അവനായില്ലടാ. 4 പേര് സ്റ്റണ്ട് കേട്ടോ.
ആണോ?
Launching smoke.
Spike planted.
ഐ
Last player standing.
സ്പ്രേ.
Oh shit.
അയ്യോ.
They want to dance?
എക്സെപ്റ്റ് ജെറ്റ് എന്തോ പറഞ്ഞേ.
ഓൾലോന്നവൻ
എന്താ മോണെ.
എന്തോടാ ഫൈറ്റാണോ തൊട്ടാണോ?
ഇതൊക്കെ ചീള് കേസ്.
Spike down B.
You had your fun. My turn.
ഒരുത്ത ആർക്കേഡ് വഴി വരും കേട്ടോ. ഇവിടെ വന്ന് അൾട്ടോർബ് എടുത്തായിരുന്നു ഏത്.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
ഇവിടെ ഏയിലടാ ഞാൻ നിൽക്കുന്ന മറ്റേ റഷ്യന്റെ അടുത്ത്.
Boys, we live another day. Okay, I only have like 28.
ടൈം ടു
Hopefully that's enough.
സേ ഗുഡ് ബൈ. നമുക്ക് അങ്ങനെ പറയാം. ഈക്കോ റൗണ്ടിലൊക്കെ സാമർ ടൈം അടിച്ച്
Come on, let's go.
You want to play? Let's play.
നമ്മളാളാ.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
അതിനകത്ത് കാണും.
റൈസ് അങ്ങ് മേടിക്കട്ടെ എന്നിട്ട് പോടാ. അറിയില്ല ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് നിക്കണമായിരുന്നു അവിടെ.
എന്റെ പൊന്നോ. മതി പേടിച്ചായിട്ടോ.
Right here.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
ഇവനെവിടെയാ?
അറിയില്ല.
30 seconds left.
എന്തിനാ
Concussing.
എന്റെ പൊന്നേ തത്തേ.
That's not ready. Just swapping in the fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
Need a drop.
സിലോസ് കറക്റ്റ് ബൈ തന്നെ.
Thanks.
എന്തിനാ? അയ്യോ എന്റെ എല്ലാം പോയേ.
ആടാ
Spike planted. Last player standing.
അയ്യോ
ഞാനായിരുന്നു ഓടി വന്നത്. ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു ഫ്ലാങ്ക് ആരോ വന്നത്. അത്
അതിനെ കണ്ടു.
Let's ruin their day.
ആ മോന് നിന്റെ ഒരു കളിപ്പാട്ടം നോക്കാമോ?
I need a drop. Tack, tack.
ഇതെന്തുവാ?
കളിപ്പാട്ടല്ലല്ലോ.
ഇതെന്തുവാടാ? കേട്ടോ എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമില്ല.
അഴിച്ച് മാനത്ത് വെച്ചു മനസ്സിലായത്.
I can't see I'm legally blind. ആരുമില്ല ഇവിടെ.
ഡ്രോപ്പ് ജെറ്റ് എന്തോ പട്ടിപ്പാഴ
എനിക്ക് അറിയില്ല. കളിക്കുന്ന ടീമുകളെ ഇഷ്ടമില്ല.
ജെറ്റ് ഇപ്പോഴും ഡ്രോപ്പ് ഡ്രോപ്പ്
ഇറങ്ങിയ
അവൻ ഇവിടെ തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാ പാഴ് പോകല.
നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കാം.
ഇവിടെ തന്നെ
തിരിച്ചു വരുവാണോ?
Spike planted.
എന്റെ പൊന്നേ.
പോണോ? വേണ്ടല്ലോ.
ഒന്നും വേണ്ട വേണ്ട.
അവനെ അടിച്ചുറക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ശിവണേ ചത്തു. എവിടെയാണോ നിങ്ങൾ വരുന്നത്? ഓ നിങ്ങൾ അങ്ങനത്തെ കളിയായിരുന്നു.
അവിടെ പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നല്ലോ ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കുകയെന്ന്.
ഓ മൈ ഗോഡ്. ജി ജി. അയ്യോ പേടിക്കണ്ട, ഓടിക്കോ. ബ്ലൈൻഡിങ്.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
All this with Edu, what's your fandom?
അറിയില്ല. അയോണാന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. അയോണാന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു.
Edu.
എടോ അയോണാന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ.
അറിയില്ല.
Who's next?
അവിടെ ഇരുന്നോ?
എന്നെ ഇപ്പൊ കൊല്ലും കേട്ടാ.
Here.
കുറ്റിയിരുന്നോ അതിനകത്ത്?
ഇതെന്തു?
Spike planted.
അവിടെ ആരുണ്ടായിട്ട് ഇവൻ
സൂപ്പർ.
ഇതെന്തുവാ
Last player standing.
I got your back.
ഞാനേ സൈറ്റിനകത്ത് നിന്നാ വേണ്ടത്. സൈറ്റിനകത്ത് കേട്ടോ, ചോദിച്ചു കേട്ടോ. സൈറ്റിനകത്ത് ആരും ഇല്ലാത്തത്.
നില്ല നീല കൊയിലേ. Come in B. No, thank you. സ്പ്രേയിൽ നിന്ന് ആവാൻ ഒരു കഴിവാണ്.
You had your fun. My turn.
Last player standing.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
3 പേരൊക്കെ.
Last round before the switch.
ഇഷ്ടം കളിയാണ്.
Everything you have.
ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ
Use it
പോകും.
anyway.
പക്ഷേ തീട്ടേമ്
ഏ?
തീട്ടേമെന്ന്
This is gonna be fun. Get
You
out
want
of
to
my way.
play? Let's play.
ഓ
ആ ബേസ്റ്റ്. സൂപ്പർ.
ഓമൻ 130. ഈ റേസ് എന്തോ കാണിക്കുന്നു ഇവൻ.
അവനെ പറ്റിയായിട്ട് തിരിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുക.
എന്ത് ഇത്?
Last player standing.
ശ്ശേ.
One enemy remaining.
നില്ല All this wait.
Switching sides.
ഹീറോ കോം പ്ലെയർ. അതിന് അവനെപ്പോഴാ കോം വരുന്നത്? ഹലോ ബ്രദർ. ഹലോ 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 ഹലോ. Hello, brother. Hello. Hello. How are you? You good? You good?
Smoke's down.
നമ്മുടെ രണ്ട് പയ്യന്മാരൊക്കെ ബിയിലൊക്കെ പോയി കേറി.
ഇത് നിങ്ങള് ഇത് ഏത് നമ്മൾ പുഷ് ചെയ്യുന്നേ അറിയട്ടെ.
പൈക്കാരയില്ല.
എന്തിനാണ് ഇവര് ഇതൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ എറിയുന്നേ?
റേസിന്റെ കളിയൊക്കെ പോയിക്കോടെ.
ആരാ പുറകിലൊക്കെ വരുന്നേ?
റേസിന്റെ കളി കണ്ടല്ലേ.
Last player standing.
അയ്യോ. അമ്മേ. എടാ അവിടെ നിന്നല്ലടാ ഇപ്പം ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് വന്ന് അങ്ങോട്ട് തന്നെയാണോ നിൽക്കുന്നത്? വെരി ഗുഡ് ഷൂട്ടിംഗ്.
much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
നില്ല 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 നിന്ന കുയിലേ.
Reloading.
Guys,
Reloading.
I only have a pistol,
Reloading.
so I'll be coming a bit late.
സൈറ്റിൽ കാണാൻ കേട്ടാ ജഡ്ജ് പിടിച്ചോണ്ട്.
ലൈറ്റൊക്കെ ക്ലിയർ
Launching
ആണ്.
smoke.
അവിടെ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ചെയ്യൂലല്ലോ. പിക്സ് ചെയ്യൂല. അമ്മേ പുറകിലാരും ഇല്ലല്ലോ.
One enemy remaining.
പോയി
Turn here.
അളിയ പറന്നൊക്കെ വന്ന അരമണിക്കൂറാണ് ഒരു ഏപ്കനെ കൊല്ലാൻ.
സ്റ്റിങ്ങർ വെച്ചല്ലേ എവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ടത്.
I'm going to scatter from my stuff.
അത് എന്റെ സ്റ്റിങ്ങറാടാ. സ്പെക്ട്രാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ സ്റ്റിങ്ങർ എടുത്ത് കളഞ്ഞു. അവ എടുത്തു.
ഞാനൊരു സംശയം ചോദിക്കട്ടെ. ഈ ഷെറിഫില് നമ്മൾ ഒരു വെടി വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ റീലോഡ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോ ബാക്കി 5 ഉണ്ട എന്തിനാ എടുത്ത് കളയും? നമ്മൾ ഒരു ഉണ്ടയല്ലേ യൂസ് ചെയ്തുള്ളൂ അല്ലേ? എന്റെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ വാലിഡ് അല്ലേ? പറ
Got the spike.
Enemy remaining.
ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ചെറുപ്പിലൊരു ഫ്ലിക്ക് ഷോട്ടൊക്കെ അടിച്ചപ്പോ
സ്മോക്കുകളൊക്കെ ഇടുന്നുണ്ട്.
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
പോപ്പോ വണ്ടി പോട്ടെ പീ.
Blast out.
വെളുത്ത് ചെറുക്കൻ വെളുത്ത്.
Reloading. We get a pick. We move in. Got it? I got the spike.
Concussing. Down and out. Clearing out.
Here.
Arms down. Blinding. Enemy spotted. Beacon. Amateur. Reloading.
ഉണ്ട്. അയ്യോ
Reloading.
അയ്യോ ഇതൊന്നും കാണത്തില്ല. ഇതെത്തും ഇത്. I can't see. I'm legally blind.
One enemy remaining.
Watching here.
കളിപ്പുള്ളയാണ്.
ആ ഓപ്പിക്ക് വരുമോ?
ഇല്ല.
We're ready.
അത് ആരും എടുക്കാൻ എന്താ ആലോചിച്ചു. എനിക്ക് ഓഫാന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി. ഞാൻ പിന്നെ പോയി നോക്കി ഏത് ഓഫാണ്.
ഏതോ പാടാ
വാലിയന്റ് അല്ല വാലിയന്റ് റേഡിയന്റ് എന്റർടൈൻമെന്റ് കിടല ഓഫാത്.
മറ്റേ ആ ഗെയിമിന്റെ സംഭവല്ലേ? ഗെയിം ഇങ്ങനെ ഞെക്കി ഞെക്കി.
ഓ ഫൺ ഓഫ് ഇപ്പൊ മരിക്കുക ആരെങ്കിലും എടുത്തോ അങ്ങനെ.
Get out of my way.
Launching smoke.
അവനെ അങ്ങ് എടുക്കുമോ?
Stim beacon here.
അത് പേവർ.
അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു കവർ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു കവർ.
Spike down A.
ഇവിടെ സ്പൈക്ക് ഇല്ല കേട്ടോ നമുക്ക്.
സൂപ്പർ.
Molly.
Reloading.
there.
ഡ്രോപ്പ്.
Blocking sight.
എടാ ഇതെന്തുവാ?
One enemy remaining.
Here.
ഓക്കെ
അയ്യോ
I'm surrounded by minha família. We won't lose. Reloading.
കാത്തിര് ഊഴമീ കാട്ട കാലപുക്കട്ടം.
ഇവിടെ ഇതിനകത്ത് ഈ സ്കോപ്പിനകത്ത് ആനിമേഷൻ കിടന്ന് കറങ്ങും.
അതിനകത്ത് അങ്ങനെ ഞെക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ നമ്മുടെ ഇതിനകത്തെ പോലെ?
കൊതം വെച്ച്
Have the spike.
കൊതം വെച്ച്
There. Blocking sight. My ult's ready. Careful.
Clearing out.
ഫ്ലാഗ് വന്നടാ. എടാ ഫ്ലാഗ് വന്നടാ. ജസ്റ്റ് ഫ്ലാഗ് ഫ്ലാഗിൽ നോട്ട് അയാൾ കയറി വന്നു.
Molly.
എന്റെ ഓപ്പ് എടുക്കണ ആരേലും പ്ലീസ്.
120.
One enemy remaining.
Results.
എന്റെ ഓപ്പ് ഇടുമേനി അത് പിന്നെ
Last player standing.
പോടോ ഇവനെ കളിയാക്കാതെ വരികളെ.
അവൻ ഇനി ഒരു തിരിച്ച് അപ്പുറത്തോടെ അടിയടാ. സൂപ്പർ. നല്ലോണം ബ്ലൈൻഡ്
മണ്ടനാട്ടോ.
ഇല്ല അവൻ കണ്ടില്ല
കണ്ടില്ല. ഓ അപമാനം. ലോൽ
Racing to the spike sites.
ഇത്രയും താമസം അത്രയും
എത്ര ഓപ്പ്
ഇല്ലടാ ഞാൻ ഫ്ലാങ്ക് നോക്കി ഇരുന്നേടാ. ഞാൻ ഫ്ലാങ്ക് ചെയ്ത് അങ്ങോട്ട് മാറി തിരിഞ്ഞ് നിന്റെ അടുത്തോട്ട് വരാനായിട്ട് പോയപ്പോ ആ ജെറ്റിക്ക് വന്നു. അയോളൊന്ന് കൈലോട്ടല്ലേ പറഞ്ഞേ?
നീ പറഞ്ഞില്ല എന്നോട്.
പറഞ്ഞു
പറയാ കള്ളം.
Have the spike.
അയ്യോ
എന്താ നീ അടിക്കാത്ത?
ഞാൻ അവനെ കണ്ടിട്ട് അവനെ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നോ. ഞാൻ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടങ്ങ് നിന്നടാ.
ബൈ ബൈ. കളിക്കുവാണോടാ നീ? കളിക്കുവാ
നീ എന്നെ കാണുമ്പോ ഞാൻ ചേമ്പറിനെ സ്കോപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് ചേമ്പറിനെ നോക്കിക്കോട്ടെ. മുഖാമുഖ ഞാനും ഒരു ഇങ്ങനെ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. നിന്റെ സ്റ്റണ്ണ് മഞ്ഞയല്ലേ? ഞാൻ മഞ്ഞയൊക്കെ ഒരാളാതൊക്കെ വിചാരിച്ചിരുന്നു ഞാൻ.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
അയ്യോ ഒരു കില്ല്
Blocking sight.
Smoke's down.
ആരടവൻ?
Down. No charges. Gotcha, fun. My
I thought
Planet.
അയ്യോ അയ്യോ അവന് ഓടി.
ഫ്ലാഷായി
One enemy remaining.
എനിക്ക്
സെയിം ടാറ്റിക്സ് എടുത്ത് വരുന്നു. അവൻ ടി പി ആയിരിക്കും മേലോട്ട്.
Last player standing.
അടിച്ച് പിറ്റിയൊക്കെ എത്തി. അപ്പൊ എങ്ങനെയാ കാര്യങ്ങള്?
Can I get a drop?
ആ എന്ത് വേണം?
Can I get a drop?
അല്ല എനിക്ക് വേണ്ട, വേറൊരാളിപ്പോ ചോദിച്ചോണ്ട് വരും.
നീ എടുത്തോടാ.
ഞാൻ ഒന്ന് വിളിച്ചേക്കല്ലേ.
നിങ്ങള് കളി.
Talk, talk. Go.
എന്റെ ഇത് എടുത്തോ, ഞാൻ മിക്കവാറും ഇപ്പൊ മരിച്ചു വീഴുന്ന ആളാ.
ഇന്നെ നേരത്തെ അടിക്കായിരുന്ന ചേംബറിനെ കൊറേ നേരം കണ്ടല്ലോ നീ.
അതല്ലേ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞേ, ഞാൻ ഇവന്റെ സ്റ്റണ്ടിന്റെ പന്നെയും ആ പന്നെയും ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങള് ഫ്ലാഷായി. ഞാൻ കണ്ടു. എടാ മെയിൻ വരും തോന്നുന്നു കേട്ടോ, ജെറ്റ് ഫ്ലാങ്ക് വരും.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
റോമൻ കുറച്ച് സീനല്ലേ, സീനവൻ സീൻ.
അവന് സൈറ്റ് വല്ല വിളിച്ചിരിപ്പോട്ടാ.
Reloading.
ഇവനെവിടെയാടാ? ലോകം മൊത്തം
ഒരു
തപ്പണി
smoke ഇട്ടോളി. ഇറങ്ങി വേണോ ആദ്യം.
Pay attention.
ഏ ഗായ്സ് ഒന്ന് ലിങ്ക് ആദ്യം.
സമയം എന്തായി?
സമയം കളിയായിരുന്നു 1:30.
കാണണ്ടേ?
എന്തണ്ടി കാണാൻ?
പൈസ ഇല്ലടാ പോളാതിട്ടും. വേറെ ഞാൻ വോട്ടർ ആദ്യം. ഞാൻ പോ.
I go first. You come second.
Launching smoke.
പൊട്ടോ.
Spike down A.
റോഡിൽ
സ്പൈക്ക് എവിടെയാടാ?
അവന് ഓടിഞ്ഞോട്ടോട്ട് സൈറ്റ് സൈറ്റ്. നിങ്ങളെ താഴെ
Last player standing.
ആ മെയിനി ഓടി.
Match point.
They think they're so secure.
എടാ
I need a drop. Talk,
നിനക്ക്
talk.
Gun here.
എന്നാടാ ഇത്തവണ അത് മേടിച്ചേ? സാധാരണ നീ എന്നെ ഓമ്പിക്കലായിരുന്നല്ലോ പതിവ്.
ഗാർഡിയൻ എടുത്തോ, നിങ്ങളുടെ കാശ് പോയി.
Gun here.
ഫാനൊക്കെ എടുക്കുന്നു. enjoy ചെയ്യാം.
എനിക്ക് ഓടി കിട്ടി. ഓടി
അത് ശരി. അവനെ ഉറക്കിന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാണല്ലോ അവനെ.
അശ്ശോ.
അവൻ ഇല്ലേ അങ്ങനെ അവനെ ഉറക്കി. ഐ. ശരി.
Planted.
എടാ ഡ്രോപ്പില്.
One enemy remaining.
My turn.
One enemy remaining.
Bagged and tagged.
ശരിയോടെ നീയൊക്കെ മൂക്കണം.
ആരെങ്കിലും ഒരിടത്തൊന്ന് നോക്കിയിരിക്കും, എല്ലാവരും ഒളിച്ചു നിൽക്കാതെ.
Remember to talk to each other out.
ഒളിച്ച് എടാ,
സൈറ്റ് കയറി മരിച്ചു.
എടുക്കുന്ന ഞാൻ ഇവിടുന്ന്
എടാ, ഒളിച്ച് നിക്കാതെ നിക്ക്. എടാ
ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചു തന്നെ, അത് ഞാൻ കണ്ട്.
വിളിച്ചതാ,
ഫോർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഇരുന്ന് അടിച്ച് 3 കില്ല് എടുത്തിട്ടാ.
വിളിച്ചു വന്നിട്ടാ, വിളിച്ചു വന്ന് വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാ.
ഒളിച്ച് എടാ ഇന്ദ്ര. എടാ ഞാനല്ലടാ ആദ്യം ചേംബറിനെ പിക്ക് ചെയ്ത്. എന്താ നീ പറയുന്നത്?
ആദ്യത്തെ ഗെയിമറിനെ എടുത്ത കാര്യമല്ല ഇവിടെ പറയുന്നത്.
അതൊന്നും എനിക്കറിയണ്ട. എടുത്തോ ഇല്ലയോ?
അറിയേണ്ട കാര്യം ഉണ്ടത്.
അയ്യോ, അതിന് നടുക്കൊക്കെ നിൽക്കും അതിന്റെ.
എവിടെയാടാ? എടാ, എടാ. എടാ, ഒന്ന് cover
Spike
ചെയ്യ്.
down B.
കവറോ കവറെന്നൊക്കെടാ
അയ്യോ, കവർ
അല്ല, എല്ലാടെ മെടച്ച് വെള്ളോട്ട് പോകുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
കവർ. അയ്യോ, ഇതാ
കവറെന്നൊക്കെടാ
നമ്മുടെ റേസിന്റെ ബ്രെഡേ വെച്ച്.
എടി, എന്തുവാണ് നീ കാണിക്കുന്ന അസസിനെ?
Enemy remaining.
പ്രശ്നം തന്നെ.
മനസ്സിലായി
ഫ്ലാഷ് അടിക്കുന്നു, തിരിഞ്ഞു മറിക്കുന്നു.
മനസ്സിലായി എന്താണ്
Sudden death.
കവറെന്നൊക്കെടാ ഓസ്കാർ
അയ്യോ, എന്തോ ഓസ്കാർ, വാട്ട് ഇസ് ദാറ്റ്?
പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു മനുഷ്യന്റെ അടുത്തൊരുത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു സാധാരണ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് പ്രൊസീജിയർ അല്ലേടാ.
ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങി ചെന്ന് 3 പേരെ കൊന്നു നോക്കാറേ. അയ്യോ,
ഞണ്ടി കാമത്തി മയിലേ.
3 പേരെ ഞാൻ കൊന്നോടെ.
കോണ നോക്കണേ, കോണ ചില്ലറ കോണ വല്ലതാണ്.
ഞാനാ. അയ്യോ
അതാ അവ എന്നെ വന്ന ട്രേഡ് എടുത്ത.
ആ
അതെ അതെ, അത് ഞാൻ കണ്ടേ. എടുക്കുന്നത് ഞാൻ കണ്ടേ. പ്ലാന്റ് കുത്തും, അടുത്തവൻ വരും. ഫ്ലാഷ് അടിക്കും, അടുത്തവൻ വരും.
അത് നിങ്ങളല്ലേ നോക്കാൻ? നിങ്ങളല്ലേ പ്ലാന്റ്?
ഞാൻ പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് എവന്റെ സ്ട്രൈക്ക്.
എടാ, ആരും പിടിക്കുന്നില്ലല്ലോ.
അതെനിക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നത് അവിടെ ഉണ്ടോ?
അതിന്റെ മേളില് സ്മോക്ക് ഇട്ടൂടെ പയ്യന്.
അതൊന്നും പറ്റത്തില്ല. അത് നമുക്ക് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള
One enemy remaining.
ഭയങ്കര
ടിപി അടിച്ച് സൈറ്റ് ടിപി അടിച്ച്.
ആരോടവൻ all this way.
ഡിസ്കോഡ് വാ
Me no come, you guys go. Bye bye.
അയ്യേ, എന്ത് എന്തോ ഡിസ്കോഡിൽ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. ഡിസ്കോഡിൽ കയറി ഇരുന്ന പോയാ. നെറ്റിന്റെ
economically damaging, and in the midst of all of this, Tens has snuck his way in a little. Yeah. Given away his position, unfortunately. Kind of had to.
I don't think there should be any danger here unless Tens is able to lurk his way behind.
30 seconds left.
But you can see that the EDG players are willing to take these fights. And it has been an expensive round.
Yeah. Softened up.
John's running away with 1 HP, seeing what other mischief he can get up to.
The cage, okay, shot down, at least chasing him down.
But that is not bad. Smoggy's still got some money in the bank, so is Simon, so it's not going to be the most devastating knock to the EDG economy in the world, but it's going to soften it up slightly for round 3 and make it easier for Center to get on the board.
Yeah.
I think that A lobby fight though, and pushing nobody off the A line is going to be massively important. But EDG often make it feel like it's only the Sova playing there, and if you try to take that fight, suddenly they collapse onto you with a big A lobby ambush. So you do have to be careful. You see in this round, they've got 4 players stacked up defending that side of the map there, EDG. And they're not throwing Util out right at the beginning. They're waiting to see if Sentinels try to take that space before they hit the ambush. So they went exactly for that strat.
ഹായ് എതിരാത്തൂടെ
A lobby control, you see Kankai is posted here. Sandro.
കളി കൊള്ളാലോ. ഇത് റൗണ്ടൊക്കെ പിടിക്കല്ലോ.
Starting to slow down any approach from Sen in case the punish was there.
Smoggy still has paranoia in his hands as well.
Yeah, he's not giving up the space. Kankan could thrive into this spot.
Hello.
Positional bonus round conversion in his side. Still flash has to be avoided. Still gets the one. Great adjustment and snap back with a crosshair placement. 40 seconds left for Sentinels, and the question remains which way are they trying to land? And Neurof will give them critical information to work with.
Group up over towards A, but that's
no easy openings, 25 seconds left. Jump spots. Smoggy sees it, catching it. A lot of information gathered. Fault line is good though. Just concatenates on top, and Simon just trying to play this tight angle. Blinded up from the side, still lands that shot. Traded though, plan down for John QT, nothing to push this one back.
ridiculously good supportive utility there from Celsius and Tens.
Nobody's going to be praying that somebody opens up wide, but up onto the heaven angle. Celsius, who's claiming that one, dropped down. Double digits of health, but it's only Chichu left with the Bulldog. They're here to reload. He gives Tens the prime opportunity to just pre-aim onto the angle.
Big round for Sen to get onto the board, but a difficult one still. EDG fighting tooth and nail to hold on to these spots. You can see this team, they got some dangerous setups on the defense side. I think in terms of that team play that EDG were talking about and their preparation, this is the best tournament for them.
Yeah.
Even if you contrast it back to Tokyo, that was more individualism. And Kankan waking up and having the world's most wonderful performance we've seen from a player, I would argue. This version of EDG seems like they put in a lot more thought to their game and tactics on top of that.
I hard agree. I think that, you know, despite you could look at some of their opponents this tournament,
Okay,
and you might
ready.
be too impressed in terms of who they've actually bested. Really, I've been paying attention to how they've been trying to play. The trap play setup, but still
Eവിടെ?
missing hello.
Pink man വന്നു, pink man.
Right through the wall, bit of unfortunate action occurring, at least for John QT, not unfortunate for EDG.
But they respawn it, so both teams come out of that fairly similar.
അവൻ നെറ്റില്ലാതെ
This opens up different options.
അറിയില്ല, ഞാൻ ചെടി നെറ്റ് പോയതാണ്.
And Sen
നെറ്റ് ശരിയാകി ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ വലിച്ചു
on to see whether Cypher's
അവിടെ രായപ്പ ആ ഓഫീസ് റൂം മൊത്തം ഇതാക്കാൻ പോവാ
എന്താ റൂം
അന്നയുടെ റൂമാക്കുന്നു ആ
to try to make up for that fact.
Nobody has the rifle.
ആ കിട്ടി മോനെ, കിട്ടി 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 കിട്ടി
Looking for that information. I mean, that's what happens when the drone is used a little bit prior.
ഓഫീസ് റൂം മേളിലേക്ക്
Safely
ഏറ്റവും മുകളിലാ?
garner it. At least
ആ
it's gonna be
താഴെ ഒരു ലാപ്പ് ഓ കൊള്ളാം കൊള്ളാം വെച്ചൊരു
space
ബിക്കൻ
given.
This
Yeah.
is ridiculously good from Sen. That lurk timing from Celsius is marvelous.
Wait
but
a
it doesn't
second.
matter.
Yeah, and Smoggy's right back in there. The paranoia is
ഇവിടെ നിന്നറിയ ഒച്ച കേൾക്കുന്നേ
Dave outlaw in the hands of one.
നീലന്റെ അവിടുന്ന്
To the double digits, but still alive for now. Glides to the side, and he is a spearhead.
എന്റെ സൗണ്ട് ഭയങ്കര കൂടുതൽ. നിന്റെ സൗണ്ട് ഒന്ന് കുറയ്ക്കട്ടെ.
എന്റെ
Over the seaside,
ഞാൻ കുറച്ചോളാം.
resistance that EDG were trying to put up.
ഇപ്പൊ കേക്കാടാ, ഇപ്പൊ കേക്കാം. എല്ലാം കുറച്ചിട്ട് ഫുൾ കൊറ
ഞാനും കുറയ്ക്കട്ടെ.
എല്ലാം കേറാ
ചെവി വേദനിക്കുന്നത്.
കുറച്ചിട്ട്
സമ്മതിക്കരുത്
So there's money low, 1v3.
അടുത്തൊരു കൂടെ കൊടുക്കും
Best course of action probably going to be the save.
It's just seeing there whether anyone's going to give him a free two.
ഇതേയുള്ളവന്മാരാ
But Sentinels can play with a bit more discipline than that.
Well,
They're looking to try to take the gun.
രണ്ട് പിസ്റ്റൾ അടിച്ചാലോ
sunny importance of this one. Sentinels thinking ahead.
Bye-bye.
Zekken, head clean off.
തിരിച്ചോടിയവൻ.
Danger of just being trapped.
നീ അവിടെ വരെ
Spikes, so they're
എത്തിയതേ
gonna
എന്തുവാ?
do a bit of a mad dash, but it does bring us down now.
നിന്റെ അടുത്ത റൗണ്ടായാ?
2 in terms of the rounds.
റീപ്ലേ
And it's nobody, the newer IGL for EDG, that actually gets the wrong read on this round. You see, he called for his team to reinforce the C site because in his head, that's the most logical place for Sentinels to end. You just kill the defending site, but hit that site, but the anchor player is no longer there. So they really want to see Simon, Smoggy, and keep A very weak. Nobody tries to hold it on his own, he gets punished for that. Not necessarily hubris though, it's just you can't cover the entire map when you're in that position. Perhaps he should have dropped off site. Nobody is a very confident player. We're going to see this version of EDG trap being run very well.
കിട്ടി കിട്ടി കിട്ടി
Kang is going to be falling prey. Yep, Zekken glides his way forward. Nice little win, and he's covered over the shoulder once more by Tens. Spraying away, it matters not about that paranoia. Smoggy, they know he's playing somewhere nearby. All about clearing him out. They've got that diligence, TP up and over. Certainty for Smoggy. Just the one before his drop.
All of the coordination working really brilliantly for them, Sen. Additional pause that Zekken throws into things just to allow Tens on top of the box. They've been doing a lot of that. In a 4v1, Chishu once again finds himself in a spot that's simply unwinnable. 9 HP.
ചാടിച്ചാവുന്നു തോന്നുന്നു. ഓഹ് ചളിയാക്കില്ല.
Listen, it's a nice shot under Sassy. The Sentinels now taking the lead. By the one round, it looks like they've regained a bit of that composure just from losing some of the prior rounds, but Sen kind of running away with it.
And they've also now experienced that A-lobby delayed crunch, but it was on an eco, which was easier for them to deal with. These players swinging in from EDG did not have big rifles to be able to take the fight to them on an even basis. And so that should actually help Sen in the future figure out, okay, we had an idea of how to deal with it. Did it work? Do we need to make adjustments if there's going to be rifles in the future? They did look pretty set on that though. The stun coming out over towards A Long was nice. It wasn't right at the beginning of the round. Both teams very well.
Frame കിട്ടും.
On top and EDG take attack time out. Yeah. It seems like a good time for it. You just lost 3 in a row back into a big rifle.
Summing up, I mean, there's plenty of ultimates sitting. Simon's got his rolling thunder, nobody. The Hunter's Fury definitely could try and make something happen. Proactivity maybe on your defense.
One of the areas that I'd like to see EDG explore is trying
അറിയണോടാ EDGയുടെ ആണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു.
and make it very difficult
അറിയാൻ വയ്യ.
to just walk into grass anytime they like. If you can do that, you're more likely to burn the drone out of Sassy, which means it's much more difficult to retake over towards A.
EDGയുടെ
Benefits to trying to put some early mid-pressure something that I think Fnatic do fantastically on this map. One of the reasons why they're probably the most dangerous team in the world on Haven.
That an alpha, yeah. I mean, that guy is just a demon.
He absolutely is. Some demonic plays in this server as well, though.
We'll see if EDG can return that fire a little bit to make it even once more on this round right here. Sentinels though, they're a scary team, a dangerous team over the course of this tournament. Low expectations, I think, overall. From outside, a lot of the community talking about them.
Absolutely, but I think that made sense at the time too. They hadn't had a recent run of great form coming into champs, and they were the 4th seed. No other team won a match.
Raiden switch set up, fully blinded up there. Smoggy barely gets rid of the dart, so Kangkang's not revealed in terms of his position. But Simon, I believe, spotted off into the corner, wall up into his face.
ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു എനിക്ക് മാത്രം അത്.
Yeah, second, you can see him. He was holding, waiting, trying to bait him in. On the reclear out from mid EDG, to try and cook something up.
A re-hit here through onto B after a little bit of a barrage. Great idea here for Sen. Do they anticipate 2 players garage? It looks like Kangkang should be trying to pull attention and disappear.
There's 40 seconds left out. Sen don't have map control over them through mid, and they are surrounded on multiple fronts.
ലാഗ് ആവുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ അല്ലേ ഇടയ്ക്ക്.
Deny this plan with his ult. Is he going to rip it?
30 seconds.
Yeah, well, the stun at least does connect. Doesn't let the ult go. Aftershock is a little bit delayed there. Lighting up onto second, but still the plan is down. Hunter's Fury trying to layer this one down along with the rolling thunder. Cacophony of ultimates. And it is coming up to fruition. JongQT there holding onto the corner. Simon with a reposition, and there's a count for it. JongQT dropped down, just can't reset the aim in time. 2v2. The top. Neurofep reveals it. Fights to be taken down to that 1v1. And Chichu now going to be getting that information. Sassy is revealed with the shots fired off as well. Jump spots, pulls him off. No harm in sight for Chichu. He's tapping away as well, praying for those stray shots to hit Sassy. Might need to swing this one, Chichu! Unable to survive.
When the recon misses there towards the end, Sassy's got a split second to make that decision to swing. Very close to letting that one slip through his fingers. But the player on Sentinels with that Champions Trophy already in the cabinet comes up clutch for them again. A nice attempt by EDG once more to put pressure down mid on the retake. But the plant denial was late. I think that's a bit of an error there from Simon. Actually led with the fault line and then the aftershock, but it was a bit too delayed. Didn't stop second from planting.
And once more the economy taking a tumble and a fall here for EDG. They don't even have a stack of players over towards A. Just nobody in Kangkang.
No, at this point Sentinels are absolutely running away with it. They can convert the anti-eco.
Kangkang might have something to say with it. Jump spot. In through the sprint and the glide. Fully accurate. Nobody. Not long for it. Hot shots fired by Kangkang. He's praying that he can find one of the targets, one of the domes, but all the signs of life that Sen do see to cause him to scurry
Yeah, you've seen 3 players over on this site. You know that there's max 1, the Cypher, playing elsewhere. I believe 10's inserted. He's always got that Omen ultimate to be able to go back to the rest of his team. But he might end up just walking backwards into Kong Kong. No.
Okay, broken. Wait a second.
Yo!
Oh, they're coming for it. They missed each other.
He's not watching.
Not watching at all. Still, damage is done to second. Softened up from the prior engagement still. 10s. Striking from behind. The trade is online. They might want to make their moves now over towards A, but already bodies are rapidly approaching. The trouble is EDG do not have the guns for the job.
And Sentinels can backfill all of this space up to where 10's was, because they know it was only Kong Kong that went through.
Bloody hell, I mean, the fault line's dodged here. Simon, there's plenty of chances for him still. He is landing them. The Sheriffs are singing right now for EDG. Defensive smoke. A lot of uncertainty for Sentinels.
I lag ആവുന്ന എനിക്ക് ദേഷ്യം വരുന്നുണ്ട്
They
പറയും.
can feel it. They're going to try and bail themselves out of this one. The Rolling Thunder is committed. Simon tucked to the corner, but stands out. There wasn't much he could do into that spot. So Sentinels
ഈ കൊറോണ്ടി
work
അൾട്ട് കളഞ്ഞു.
situation, feeling the need to offload some of those critical ops to at least find a way to win that.
Well, that's very much a silver lining to a Dark Storm Cloud approaching for EDG. A couple of moments where Chaos maybe could have made the difference for them, but I think John plays that really beautifully towards the end. Cage inside the smoke, gives him sound cues if anyone tries to push, and then you see John ping out where Zelsis should ult. The IGL making the call. All right, we've got to invest this ultimate now. It's only me and you. It does make this round a little weaker. But Zen have showcased that they can deal with everything on defense currently.
The mid-rounding is, I think, showing that Sen are only getting the right reads into rounds, making sure to slow it down at the right moment.
A little weaker. But
over the line.
Zen have showcased that they can deal with everything that EDG are throwing on defense currently. Tested C fully when they went for
the mid-round.
pistol round.
Yeah, definitely, I think, showing that Sen are currently getting the right reads into rounds, making sure to slow it down at the right moments, and then the firepower usually carrying them over the line if it does get tricky.
I think I'm right in saying the only time they contested C fully is when they went for it on the pistol round.
Yeah, it feels like a pistol round, at least from my memory. Drone is used, hyper committed into A lobby, so Sentinel's going to be aware of that. Control is given up to EDG.
Certainly looking like an execute.
ഓർമ്മയില്ല.
With a smoke.
That going to be broken here. The Hunter's Fury clears his way through and back and around here. The fault line was dodged by Chichu. Has found himself, carved out a little bit of a pocket and space to play around. Paranoia still here. The aftershock is way too much. Singeing his feet. Chichu just couldn't stand still amongst most of that fire. Second offloading it with the overdrive. Peppering them, some stray shots. EDG are going to need a pick to see if they can make this one doable. Zekin overextending ever so slightly, but still he's good for the kill as well. They're tracking! They just can't get a handle. It's precise. Kang almost there. Could have provided a chance, an opportunity, but Smoggy's been left alone into the 1v3, and Tens picks back up that position. Low enough as well, but again, surgical by Tens.
It's looking like a great day for Tens out there as well. 11-4 after only 8 rounds. That's pretty ridiculous. If you look at players that have had outsized impact, outside of just the main queue list, where you're going to see great performances from Kong Kong and Zekin, no matter what. If you look at who's had the biggest impact for Sentinels and EDG, I'd be looking towards Tens and Smoggy. And the fact that they're on those smoke rolls, fighting against each other right now, gives you a great comparison. At the moment, Tens is just getting involved in way more on the attack side, trading people out. Again, finding moments to dominate with his impact. His raw aim so strong.
They're just going to disrespect really A lobby. Util that was dished out by EDG. They're holding, considering, I think, and waiting to see if there is that re-clearance. Donkey T does need to be careful. Opens himself up to that angle there, but again, it's the weaponry. I mean, EDG have not been able to recover any sense of that. Nothing built up in the bank.
See there, John using a cage again for the sound cues, making sure that he can't get pressured as he takes a little more space towards mid. They're being very cautious on these anti-eco Sentinels. They don't want to get tripped up. It is incredible that EDG have only won the pistol and the follow-up. Where's the punish here? Where's the cover?
Yeah, nobody watching, just in case that was that punish here. Chichu, a couple of shots, backs away with his life, but just pulling apart the EDG defense. Second, build up by the camp, stunned up at that. Unlikely to see that follow-up. The more the time does get dragged down to the final moments. See opportunities for EDD to strike. Aftershock pushing them back and away from the plant. Zelsis going for round 2. Needs to be covered. Intense has it. Pushed up, high ground angle. Chichu dropped. Nobody. Off onto the extremity. Flawless from Sentinels. You can say that from round 3 onwards.
They've always been in control.
This is a grand
Have there
side,
been some
upper
dangerous
side,
moments where
really.
EDG have hit a nice shot, got
Arya
into
Maya.
position? Yeah, of course.
Really?
You're always going to get that with a team as good as EDG.
രണ്ട്
And
fight
yet,
ഇല്ലേ?
Sen
Grand
have sailed
side, upper
away,
side
clean swept the last 7 rounds in a row. Kang Kang's finally going to bring out that operator.
upper final, grand
The
final.
economy's been damaged, been in ruins.
Just Kang is double up.
Double opping.
Smoggy.
It's not round 12. They don't have money.
Sentinels, bit of early orb farming as well. See if they can get that rolling thunder online. Zelsis now one away from it.
And they have been prioritizing this smoke at the top of C Long as well, which cuts off Smoggy's sight line. He's not sure whether someone's tucked into Cubby, as Sassy has.
ഇത് ഉറങ്ങാനായി.
He also doesn't know if someone's going to peek him from the right or the left. It's a tough situation to play with the op.
Yeah, it might come down to reactions if he gets peaked.
I mean, he's also going to get pressure from Garage.
രാജിൽ നിന്ന് വന്നാൽ ഇയാൾ കളിയുമ്പോൾ
Don't seize it. Off spotted. Out for Garage now. Pins to play by Sen. Try and make their moves.
ഇനി 2 ഒപ്പ് വെച്ച് എങ്ങനെ റീടേക്ക് ചെയ്യും സി സൈറ്റ്?
See, there's an awareness at the back of the heads of Sen. They're worried about this operator in play. At work, Paranoia is used to
ഈ റൗണ്ട് അങ്ങ് സേവ് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കുക.
Many waves to the util.
രണ്ട് ഒപ്പുള്ളവർ
Look
സേവ്
at
ചെയ്താൽ
this online from this one. Everybody grouped up from EDG, setting themselves up to try and play for the retake, but it's preemptive. Sen using this to try and strike. Chichu's there. Offset though, nobody covering it. An overextension by Sentinels. Now it's up to these remaining players if they can pick up the pieces, but the stun is immaculate and the spray down from Zelsis. Only the Wanderer is troubled.
ചീക്കോയ്ക്ക് രണ്ട് പിക്ക് കിട്ടിയില്ലായിരുന്നു.
If Sentinels had had any idea there was a double operator set up in this round, I don't think they would have gone for such an aggressive post-plant option. But they didn't want to allow EDG all of that.
ഇട്ടില്ല.
അവനായില്ല.
That's a crazy double kill from Chichu.
പുതിയ ഈ സ്ലോ മോഷൻ ഫീച്ചർ കൊള്ളാം കേട്ടാ.
You've been waiting for a moment like that the whole time. And the double ops did not particularly contribute there.
I accidentally hit my
Players with
escape
rifles
key.
in hand. And that round, Kang Kang actually had the Neon Ultimate to be able to make up for it. When he goes for the retake, he doesn't have to just play slowly behind his team, holding angles for them. Now, however, take a look at what's going on for EDG. And he doesn't have that to be able to back himself up.
Yeah, use just in case they get overwhelmed and swarmed here.
നമുക്കിനി അത്തന്റെ ബ്രീച്ച് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാം.
Highly open for the taking. Obviously, Sentinels don't know this one. It's been cautious, beginning to end in most of these rounds as well. High priority to try and break some of this util through, but the trip is spotted. It was a kill trip that Chichi was hoping to play off of for the spam through the wall.
Second movement is so nice in these
അയ്യോ അവനെന്തല്ലോ അറിഞ്ഞ
so difficult to play one and done against Neon with good movement like that. Here's another Neon though with a big weapon.
Exploring, risky, but you're down so many rounds that sometimes risk needs to be taken. Doesn't break down the drone. It's a fault line as well. Does catch, slow down to a crawl cage on the cross. Showing a bit of that misinformation. Sentinels trying to make it. They could be retaking over towards A lobby. Dart's going to be used side by side. Those players unaware that they've crossed up. And Smoggy now isolated. He's on an island through the back of the site. The Utah once more. It is impeccable. Trying to dodge and weave around from this play. Chichu and Simon now. It's a quick flood attempt in through the back. Picking up these rifles in their hands. Under Fury. Scatters through. Fights to be taken by EDG. They could be set up for success on most of it. Sprayed down. And with the Hunter's Fury dropping another round earned. EDG can add that to the tally.
What a sick defensive read by Nobody. I want to give him his credit here because he got the wrong read in a prior round that started this avalanche away from him. But this time, he'd already called the rotate over the sea as he was smoked off. Drone had already cleared. Fault line. He knew, at least he should have thought, that Sen were starting to take space over on A. He just did not buy that at all, was not convinced of what together. Called his bluff, hits everything perfectly.
The pistol round and a few stray guns. Oh, what a shot, Kang Kang! flexing his muscles. Zekken.
Issue?
Oh my god, yeah, Tens is as well, but they don't realize and anticipate. Okay,
Site ഒരുത്ത സുഖമായിട്ടോട്ടിരുന്നു അതാരും കണ്ടില്ല.
their way through Nora reveals all, and Tens will make full usage of it. Paranoia, connection, movement from Kangang is the only surviving element. Praying for a shot to connect there to make it just a little bit more winnable. But the Sentinels primed and ready for that 8th round.
ഇതെല്ലാം പറയാകത്തില്ല.
There are so many angles as well. We'll be worrying about the high ground where Tens have been perched. There was a double hold out through the back to Cam.
കൂട്ടരെ റീലോഡ് ആയില്ല കൂട്ടരെ.
But it's futile. He's been given nothing. Toyed with darts. He's having to deal with it all. It's all being dished out. One last
അവൻ യൂട്യൂബ് 2x അല്ലേ കാണുന്നത്.
and that time fully against it, a bit of a flourish, but still 8-4. Sentinels maintain that lead all the way for the first half of Haven.
And it would have looked even more dominant had EDG not been able to pick up a really important Tens continues to be immaculate in these rounds. The teleport with his ultimate into back B, the kill through the smoke. He's untouchable right now.
17-7. Yeah, doesn't get much better than that. Leading the charge, kill leader in the lobby. Doesn't look like it's slowing down at all. In the slightest. Absolutely incredible match so far. We're going to set it down to the floor for a nice little.
നീ യൂട്യൂബിലാന്നാ?
Hello everyone, it's Bella back with the halftime interviews. I'm
What
joined by
text?
Zecken's
Yo,
mom
what's
and
what
Tens'
text?
uncle. Hello, 안녕하세요.
Uncle Tens.
Okay, first, Tens' uncle, Tens is by far, I feel like, the most famous Valorant player in the world. What is it like having such a superstar nephew? 이렇게 텐즈 선수가 워낙 이제 전 세계적으로 유명한 발로란트 선수인데 이런 슈퍼스타 조카를 둔 소감이 좀 듣고 싶습니다.
It's an honor to like honestly the kids
ഇവളിപ്പോ
unforgettable. I wish I could
ഭാഷ
take
പറഞ്ഞ
some
ഇവന് വേണ്ടിയല്ലേ?
like credit for some of the skills.
അല്ല അവിടെ ഉള്ളവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി. വാളം.
Different planet.
뭐 완전 영광이고 아무래도 뭐
വേറെ പെണ്ണാണല്ലോ.
내 덕이야라고 조금은 말을 하고 싶지만 그냥 어나더 레벨 너무 대단한 선수라고 합니다. And do you have anything you want to add? I heard you can speak a little Korean.
안녕하세요 여러분. 제가 텐스 삼촌 크리스예요. 텐스가 게임 하는 거 제가 다 알려준 거예요. 감사합니다.
다 알아들으셨죠? And you know, 제켄 어머니도 저희에게 좀 보여주고 싶은 게 있다고 하셨는데 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. And Zeken's mom, hi, nice to meet you. And I heard that you have a little something, especially the Korean fans.
안녕하세요.
തലയില് സെക്കൻഡ് ഒക്കെ എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്തിനു വേണ്ടി?
And I heard there's also a little something that you wanted to show.
Okay, you ready?
All right, let's do it. Let's dance. Let's close out with the dance. Okay, let's go. All right,
എടാ
back to
നീ
Haven.
ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചാ കിച്ചില് ഒരു താരിക്കിന്റെ ലൈവില് 74K വാച്ച് വാലോറന്റിന്റെ ഒറിജിനലില് 44K.
അത് പണ്ട് തൊട്ട് അങ്ങനെ തന്നെ.
It's just incredible, man. That is just incredible.
Oh, that's killed me going back in. That has killed me.
Okay. Sentinels.
She's got better movement than Zekken on me.
Yeah, man. Runs in the family. And it's Tens and Zekken, top of their team, showing no signs of slowing down. And this Sentinel squad, they have looked scarier as the tournament has gone on. The expectations, I think if you were watching some of their games heading into champs, wouldn't be too impressed with them. But they've proven that you cannot doubt this squad. They are consistently evolving.
സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയറിന്റെ ചന്തി വീണാന്റെ
Game plan,
ആ ഷീൽഡ് പോയി.
execution of it, the teamwork, it's all looked extremely strong. This round on the pistol, Sentinels expecting a bit of pressure over towards A. It's not the case, but we're walking into Tens again, who's top of the scoreboard.
Potentially cut off from the sideline though.
Looks slightly indecisive here from EDG. They don't like the look of what they just saw. So perhaps this
ആരും ഇല്ലാത്ത സൈറ്റായിരുന്നു അവിടെ കയറിയ പോരാ.
anyway.
So we've just been quiet, silence. Jiggle spot from Zek is the only thing to catch a contact. No players there could work to their advantage, but
ഞാൻ സ്പോയിൽ ചെയ്യാതെ.
that fault line to Zelsis sort of primed. So it's going to be used, an eye for an eye here with a U-turn. Kang! He's right there, still surviving, still kicking. And he wants to take even more away from them. 2 removed before the trade is intact, but Zekken still here alive, worried about this flanking play, but the adjustment is there, at least with the micro aim. Drops Chichu. He's still the thorn in their sides, the paranoia sweeping through. Zekken plays his life, Sassy opens himself up in through heaven. There's chances here and accounted for. Nobody seeing the trade though, nobody. Great adjustment. They're aware that Zekken was playing down towards here. There was not enough distraction to give him an in. Ones are narrow at that. Simon, off angle, just can't drop in. One bullet will do it. Zekken somehow still alive in the midst of all of this. One's about to still. Just couldn't escape and get out of dodge. Nobody. The bullet to the brain. Zekken falls, a 3-piece for him. The pistol round of EDG potential now. Come back.
Major round for nobody to get on the board. He was absolutely crucial there to be able to clean up. Nobody being able to avoid that trade that came from heaven though, absolutely critical. Keeping himself alive. Short to close things. That brings the gap down to 3. And EDG are going to make it shaky. It is very shaky. I love the addition. They were doing this kind of stuff on Lotus as well. Smokes that go into walls, create small pockets for you to dodge recon utility.
Met. Sentinels obviously on their eco going to be trying to set up this trap play, but EDG, unless they choose to re-explore over towards C, which for now seems unlikely.
C won't
It's somewhat similar to what we saw from Sentinels. Can take contact over towards grass. Ponderously walking towards B or A, staying grouped up as well, making sure that Sen don't catch any of them off guard.
Kandu. Tag yada valam.
We don't want to give away any of these guns. Wait.
Trip was broken on the flank here. This should be a normal, like, reacting to
So EDG open, still a little bit worried as well because the defensive smoke. Celsius has found Chichu. That does give away the gun, but got to imagine with side control, EDG as well. Spades at the
They decide not to. Turns out that's the right call because most of Sen are back.
The advantage should still be for EDG. Got the guns, 10s, okay. That's ridiculous. Zekken's been played in as well. All the crosshair placement being slipped up and around here. Kang is worried about these swings. No way, Sentinels can't be getting away with this. Off onto the flank, double up players as well. Smoke once more. The dart has to be broken. Nobody's sticking this one. Sassy finally under the fuse, but everybody dropped. EDG. Those cards came crumbling down. There is such a thing as being too cautious in some of these rounds. And I think EDG gave way too much space and respect there to Sen. Sentinels pull off the MasterCard Thrifty. And first of all, they isolate Chishu, right? But that only gets them 1 gun. It should still be difficult for them to come back into the site. The rest of EDG are backed up, trying to play passive post-plant positions. And Tensa Zekken are just in, they'll immediately take that space. That's what I mean. Everybody's focus is on Tens when he TPs into the smoke that he just placed down, plopped down in through the middle of the site.
And suddenly, EDG's attempt to get back into Haven looks like a far cry. Gap almost looked like it was going to be down to 2.
അടുത്ത മാച്ചാ കാണണ്ട അത് മിനിബു പറഞ്ഞ അവൻ ആസ്പാസിനെ ഡിഫ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു
Currently been fully against them in this map. Set up onto the corner now. No util. That was contact by Kang.
എന്താ പിടിച്ചില്ല എനിക്ക് എന്നാ രൂമ്പ് വെച്ചോടും മയില് ഇത് എവിടെയാ നടക്കുന്നത്
By Sentinel clears out the side as well, so they've got peace of mind. Zekken's sticking this. Got half already. Aftershock a little bit late. Trip is nice in case they do extend themselves out and try and take the fight past this point of almost no return. Very weak wars. Flimsy paper mache at that Smoggy. Off from the side as Ekin cleaned it. At least diffusing. Sticking all the way while the rest of his team does press that advantage. So there was some level of danger. EDG get that plant down on playing the post from that spot.
You get rifles online and suddenly that round is super dangerous though. EDG had some nice ideas about how they wanted to play the post plan. You know, the early garage information could have set up Smoggy. I really like Chishu's setup as well. He had Cam and Trip. That Trip is so tough for the retakers to deal with, but he got spanned through the wall and at that point, Util goes down. EDG though need to start putting this kind of stuff together on rounds that are super important. Those rightful eco swing round moments. They're going to take a tactical timeout here. The last one off the map to try to get things back on track.
This is their map pick as well at Haven that's going so poorly. I mean, I was so ready to sing the praises of EDG, I think, in terms of preparation they put in as well. I mean, we're always going to talk about individuals popping off. And the form has been there. I mean, Kang is sitting at 15 and 12. Right at the top, he's definitely been earning himself a lot of kills, but coaching staff of EDG definitely seems like they put a lot of emphasis into anti-stratting, making sure that they can pick apart what teams like to do on certain maps. But the Sentinels, this team that we've mentioned, are ever evolving, always changing it up, getting scarier and scarier. This cat and mouse game where you're just trying to play catch up, some of the prep you might have done to anti them might not even be true anymore.
Absolutely, especially considering that they've only played this Neon version of their Haven.
And
they crushed, so they didn't have to show everything that they have in the back.
Very much all in by EDG. Timeout has to be taken to convert at least this round.
And on the attack side, you need Smoggy to start getting involved as well. He's been one of, if not the most impactful player for EDG in their run of champs. He's absent right now.
Oh my goodness, okay, Kang. Fast play. Second's going to be revealed up as well, but has to respect most of this one. Sassy. Drone that was used prior gets the tag onto the one, but pushed back and away. So the player dropped on the side of Sentinels. This is the opening that EDG praying for.
Yeah, I get it.
Second going for that re-exploration, looking for the info. Simon's got shoulder. Smoggy's there. Supplement as well. Help him. Ow! What is that move?
Touch.
Simon.
Huh?
It's an absolute worldie with that shot right there.
Oh.
The reload bullet straight down to the bitter end. Simon quick to capitalize.
Incredible shooting to get EDG back into things there.
Oh,
all of these rotates. He might be able to cut somebody off as well. Nobody was thinking about going through the garage. That would have been a death sentence. Tens is right here behind them though. If EDG pause for a moment, he's going to have the backstab.
Yep. Smoke at sea is going to be fading. They are not going to anticipate this. He is so quick right there behind them.
He needs his own smoke to fade.
And it will be dissipating. Oh, it's about Simon! He's still there though. This guy's been a savior for EDG in so many moments. The Util just narrowly avoided to the fault line. John QT still here. Enough has been done surely for EDG and they know it. Doubled up high-low. Simon taking that point. 4-piece in the end. That's what EDG needed.
Somebody else to come in and clean up what Kang delivers you with his opening.
And
his entry delivers you with his opening duels and his entry. How does he get that at all? Celtics should have been way behind the corner there. These shots, it's absurd what Simon's put together, especially when he's stunned up in the corner. It's idea from Sentinels, but Simon rips it away. I was talking about Smoggy stepping up, but it's a newcomer. It delivers that difference-making round.
Yeah, of course, the corner Simon has just been aggressive over and over again. Yes. He's back for a set. That misses second. It's onto the line side, but feels like with uncertainty. Can we take time if he wants to here? Jonathan Noble should be clearing. He might just be fading. In fact, it is. So, clears the corner. Hunter's Fury puts him back and away. One tag. Plenty more play. That's where that came from, and it does soften up a few of them. So EDG a little bit weakened, but not deterred away from A.
Simon's ripping it on the fake.
He's gone for a fake here, just very much alone, just trying to cut that noise. The Hunter's Fury as well to try and sell this one. Players trying to be pulled back. Sassy though, he realizes it. There's no follow-up off the back of him. He doesn't hear any footsteps, so Sentinels just contain that. Bring it down into the 4v4, slow it all the way down, realizing that they've lost control, but so is Kang. Losing track of where these players could potentially be. John QT puts him in his place. All revealed with the neural theft. It's gone tipsy-turvy. EDG. Should have been a great opener. They've overthunk, I think, into the round itself. Teacher's low, great movement. Slightly ajar, just making it so damn uncomfortable for these EDG players to stand their ground and take these 5 Sentinels up to 11.
Didn't really like the fake attempt there. I think it's far too obvious what EDG pulled out in that round. They're sending double ults, but there's nobody scaling off of it. There's no standard util at the beginning, like recon flashes, that kind of stuff. And on top of that, the rest of EDG weren't even set up.
ഞാൻ പോയി കഴിക്കട്ടെ guys. Bye bye.
Making that migration
അയ്യോ. കുറച്ച് 5 സെക്കൻഡ് പോസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് പ്ലേ ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. അതെന്ത്?
It's weird looking. I don't know if they're trying to half buy or if they're trying to force it. What's Smoggy doing?
It's all over the place. It's bargain bin buy, but they're not on the same page with this one. Another fault line to set this up early. Angles from Kang, but he's revealed up. Deals with that dart. The bolt and the stun just not quite connecting. Still, they want to square Simon! God, he's a miracle worker. Smokes barely a shred of health. As low as you can go. Cut noise now, go for the rest of the hit, but he has opened his sight up now. In and away, John QT. Spraying in through the smoke as well. The slightest of reveals, and the bullets just not quite landing onto Kang, but fortunate enough here. Played Sassy in through, onto the flank, right through the wall. Lands it to the dome. Kang's being dropped now. 3 versus 3 Sentinels. Still make a go of things here. EDG trying to make that play. Good trade by Tens once more, but the smoke dropped down. Now with a paranoia, all added on top, leaving it just down to Tens, and he's doing damage right through the wall. Isolates the one for bullet. Oh my! Tens, he just will not be stopped. What a beast! What an incredible player! He's having a monstrous tournament. He has been performing at outrageous levels. The game against Gen G. His impact today, 21 kills across 18 rounds. And he's just saved them after Simon should have opened the door and made that one unlosable for EDG.
Enemy remaining.
Isolating the angles perfectly, swinging back out. And Smoggy just cannot find a kill today. Another 1v1 kind of clutch situation that he can't win.
Almost every clutch going away is SN, almost every single round off the back of that.
He also didn't have armor, by the way, Smoggy, in that round. Maybe that could have made a difference.
For EDG now, frantic attempt. Tap. Pull somebody util out as well. The cage helps him! How's he getting away? That's ridiculous! Lies himself back as well. Back and forth we go. It's EDG scrambling for a chance to get back into this. Second, he's still alive. Overdrive in his hands. And he wants more. Never bite of the apple. Discipline is called for moments like this, and they temper around down at that minute mark. Celsius, flash. Re-exploration, re-clearing, double held though, and that is Sentinels getting ahead of themselves.
It is good information, however, for Sassy to start pushing out. Could he be the playmaker here?
Odin.
EDG are quite trapped. They don't quite know where everybody is. In fact, they don't know where anybody is.
Full map control lost. Sassy! Smoggy! He's watching for that peek. The slow walk around the corner.
Finally comes alive in this map.
30 seconds left.
It's down to Celsius, 1v3, spam. Through into the smoke. Plan down from Simon, but the smoke was watched the entire time. Smoggy's turn to really come alive. It's 4 kills from him in the round.
They need that from Smoggy. He's been utterly crucial for them in terms of accessing their full potential.
Almost doubled his kills.
Second movement though is absolutely world class, and he's only played, what is this, his 3rd map playing Neon
this year? Yeah.
With new Neon as well. I mean, all of the stuff he did years ago playing Neon it's not all that relevant anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, he's a prodigy, I think, when it comes to, I mean, I'm sure he's played Neon before, obviously, but same setup being used by EDG. Got to claw back these rounds one step at a time. Sassy, jump spot, gets that acknowledgement.
And at no point can EDG make a mistake. One error, like Chishu walking in here, and it could all be over!
Oh no! Chishu dropped. The flank opened up. Sentinels
സ്മോക്ക് കൊള്ളാമല്ലോ
Nice and safe.
Look at the retake cam. Broken. Nice awareness.
Yeah, Shock Dart has to be used to make sure to get rid of that one though, but he planned down. Extension into the round, but this is it. This is where EDG make their stand. See if they can stay alive into this map.
You need good defensive utility here from the post planters. Paranoia, Aftershock has to be used to keep them back.
It's going to be used. Eye for an eye when it comes to the util. Aftershock even down into hell. Sentinels are being kept out of the fight. Kang will ensure that they don't step past it. Nobody right there with him. The feed is filled up, all with red. And Hunting chasing. John QT fully blinded. Kang empowered. EDG are still in this fight.
Lovely post-plant situation play there from EDG. That's such a critical round for them to get. Those 2 in a row from EDG have now knocked the economy to Zen.
Enemy remaining.
Which is the first line, apart from follow-ups from pistols. So those chances, 6 of them, narrowed down to 4. EDG still can't afford to make a mistake. It must be flawless from here on out to get us into overtime. And we've seen, I mean, even if you think back to yesterday, G2 playing against Fnatic, they're having to be flawless in that situation. Wild things can happen.
Oh yeah.
Triple spray downs, full blind, they can occur in games like this. So you never want to be in a spot like EDG currently is, where one big play or one mistake can send you rattling forwards onto Sentinel's map pick of Lotus. All the pressure is on your shoulders.
No more breathing room.
EDG are 1 match win away from being able to get a top 3 spot. And not just a global event, not just a Masters event, a Champions. Something they've never managed to achieve before. And that's top 3 minimum. Who knows? They could go further perhaps. And yet today, they haven't been able to access that full potential just yet. They need 4 big rounds to show us what they're truly made of.
With no room for error. These players have been in similar spots before. They know you have to take it 1 round at a time. For Sentinels, economy dropped all the way down. You can see it just from the 2 sheriffs that are being worked with.
Do they have a eco-round strategy to work with here? Yeah, it's another one of those smokes that goes inside a wall, with the idea being you can dodge the recon dart, and Zekken can swing out from an unexpected position. He's also playing anti-flash in that spot as well, right? If Simon did go for that flash through bricks. But EDG not going to send with any pace on the anti-eco. And they have been playing these kind of rounds really slowly, very cautiously.
Which does potentially open themselves up to mistakes being made. Sentinels are going for the full migration.
John's heard the drone.
You attempt to pull some players away, at least nobody, they're seeing no signs of life. You feel so worried into this spot if you are EDG. Potentially even committing. I mean, full bodies, players making their way over towards the seaside. Guess what? Sentinels are ready to meet them. See if the weaponry does make that difference here with a stuns. Util offloaded into the corner. Kang just can't really hold it down with a steady ground, but still, as those smokes fade away, overdrive! Kang! It's galvanizing. An electric performance from him, still adjusting tens. Difficult shot for him to hit. Sheriff in hand, 4-piece. Hunting down the remaining player, John QT, quaking in his boots! But he will not give up that ace.
I love the determination with which Kang hunted for that one too. Would have been far better for Simon to pick up the kill, get his ult online for the next round. Got to imagine that EDG are fairly confident about getting those ults up anyway. Ult orb over by C hasn't been contested too much by Sen. Maybe this would be the round to pull out some kind of play like that. Fight over one of the orbs.
30 seconds left.
Kang with all of those kills has now overtaken Tens and Zekken, who are tied at 21 apiece. But they still got to get 3 more of those. Now Sen have rifles back. Here's that same strat again.
Yep. Hiding away. Edge of the smoke just might reveal the hand of Sen of what they're going for here. The drone has to be broken. EDG making an attempt to play for that A lobby control, inserting Smoggy, potentially for the long hauls. Util's going to be used, pulled out of them. They don't want anything to do with it. Hunter's Fury could get some tags onto a few of these players. Yet Kang He was dodging, was weaving, was hoping that it would be unaccounted for. Here's the reaction. EDG now making the moves over towards C.
Who gets the plant in this position? Okay, nobody throws the spike over to Simon. That's going to get them Rolling Thunder active. Do they play aggressive with it? We saw Sen fail in this spot before.
They're going to let it loose. Let it rip in through the back. But it's so easy to overextend if you're the attackers. That's broken. That's the trigger. They want to try and go for this one. Smokes in their face. Aftershock as well. Rifles in play at work. Fault line. And get Sentinels back into the fight and back into the fray. Cut them up. Paranoia is perfect. Players are there. Sliding, gliding forwards. G2 is dropped to his knees. And but EDG has to watch in dismay as the spike is defused. The map is stolen away. Their map pick of Haven. And now you have to stand up to the test that is Lotus, excuse me, for that map too.
A great opener from Sen. A squad that are just getting scarier and scarier.
Evolving as the course of the series goes on.
Hello guys.
Concluded. EDG could still battle back, but it's going to be a hell of a task when Sen are playing like this.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
എനിക്ക് എപ്പോഴും വന്ന് കിടക്കൂടാ യൂട്യൂബ് ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ലൈവ് ഇട്ടാ
ഡ്രസ് കൊടുത്തോളൂ.
ഓ ഇയാൾ ഇന്നലെ ഒരു മുട്ട താളടിച്ചു. ഞാൻ എല്ലാ ദിവസവും രാത്രി കളിക്കാൻ വരുന്നത് എനിക്ക് കേരളത്തിൽ വലിയൊരു വാലന്റ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നു. ഇയാൾ എന്തെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുമ്പോ എല്ലാരും ഇഷ്ടയും ജിജിയും നല്ല ഫണ്ടാണ്. ജയിച്ചു പോരും
അതെനിക്ക് കണ്ടോളാൻ വയ്യ. അതായിരിക്കും സൂപ്പർ കളി.
ചെറിയ പെനാൽറ്റിക്ക് തന്നെയാണ് കൂടുതലും മറ്റേ ഈ സ്ട്രാറ്റ് കളിയൊക്കെയാണ്. നല്ല കളിയാണ്. പെട്ടെന്നൊക്കെ അല്ലേ ഒരു കിടിലം ടീം പെനാൽറ്റിക്ക് ലോപ്പായിട്ട്
Sentinels, they're on the board. I'm now joined by their head coach, Kaplan. Now, once you guys reached 12 points, it felt like it was going to be inevitable for you to take this map. But EDG, they were coming back into the game. So how did you guys manage to actually close this one out?
Yeah, I think we did a good job with sticking to ideas from the timeout, being able to run them again, realize that maybe a little mistake happened or they didn't see the gimmick. We were getting a bit inconfident, a little hesitant. I was ready to hit another timeout and say, why are we not swinging them harder, second guessing a little bit, I think, with ults. But we didn't have to do it. We ended up closing out in the end, so it was good.
And the vibes look great. How are the vibes with the team right now?
Very good. Definitely trying hard to get this win so we can have a little time to rest. A little break for our finals. I think we've been a bit tired, so.
All right, thank you very much for your time. Best of luck.
And Sentinels pick up the win, and I think it's safe to say that that game was awesome. Strongly agree? Strongly
I would agree with that.
Yes,
I would agree. I would agree. And what Coach Kaplan is saying there is so pivotal, because if you remember their run at Madrid, that guy looked haggard. They were playing every single day. They had to go down below. They had to play every match. And now here Sen have an opportunity to bounce back, win one more map, and get a break before the top 3 at the Inspire Arena.
I genuinely thought we were going to have another member of the Ball Brotherhood. You know what I mean? Whenever I saw Kaplan, I was like, brother, hold on to it for as long as you can. But you know what, though? What they were able to hold on to were these incredible post plants that we were seeing from Sentinels. I mean, goodness gracious, Kukuka. They had full control of the site. And honestly, it was all based off of Zekin's momentum. This guy was unreal.
Totally. But I think that the credit has to go to all of them. I think that, as I said, I think Zekin understands exactly what he needs to do. And when he has to overheat a little bit, you know, he has to be looking for the steals. He has to be confident enough to take it. But the plan overall on this executes was so clean. It was almost impossible for them to lose this kind of situations.
I think that Neon is the mechanically most difficult agent to play in this game. And also
Zekin makes it look like it's so easy.
Yes, but it also requires the best mechanics, because a lot of the time, even though you're getting set up with great team play, with breach stuns, with Sova darts, you're still put in positions where you have essentially just a 1v1. It's an advantaged 1v1, but you don't have a trade, and you have to be converting on those situations. And I think we saw in the first half so consistently Zekin being put in those positions where he had to take that duel, had to give his team the advantage, doing that really well, but then also having the restraint to chill out after getting that winning position, playing with the team and playing that proper Valorant to close out these critical rounds.
But I think also the defense is a very good example of that. You need to understand, like, sometimes you would see EDG, for example, the round that they fake onto A. Sentinels have the calmness to just look back and just reinterpret everything that is going on the map and not step very quickly into conclusions and into decisions.
It's very easy to get baited in those situations, and a credit goes to Sentinels for handling that expertly. Of course, you know, it goes to John Cutie and his incredible mid-round calling, but also we have a Verizon high-speed moment here, because rounds like this also help out, because now you get a big kill that comes through, and then at that point you put it on Zekin, you say, Zekin, go kill. And he did just that. Open up the round for
And I mean, it was more than that even. It was TenZ with that teleport out of heaven to dive on in. They didn't have anything. And some excellent team play. Basically, I think
Endoda? Guru Khandir School.
A stranger can be a danger, giving you a smile or offering you an opulent so think and take a while. A stranger can be a boy or a girl. Do not trust this person if not known to you. If they tell you not to yell, you should yell aloud. Don't be scared, your yell will get loud. Tell your mommy and daddy about the stranger, 'cause if you don't, then the stranger can be a danger. If you don't, then the stranger can be a danger. If you don't, then the stranger can be a danger.
ഇവിടെ പാട്ട്
ഇതെന്തോടെ റാപ്പൊക്കെ ലോട്ടസ്
നമ്മുടെ കില്ല മാപ്പ് അല്ലേ
ലോട്ടസ് സെല്ലിന്റെ 100%
100% അല്ലെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു.
ജഡ്ജിയായിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രാവശ്യം തോറ്റു. അവരായിട്ട് ജയിച്ചു.
ഒരു വട്ടം തോറ്റ്.
ഒറ്റ വട്ടം തോറ്റു. എത്ര 80% win rate. 5 times. Clove Obanu.
EDG's backs against the wall. Can they force a map 3? Take this one to distance. You want it, I want it. I know these two want it. Brent Sideshow, over to you.
Oh, map 3 would just be glorious, I think, between these
ഈ തമ്മില് ആദ്യം കിടക്കുന്ന പേരാ എല്ലാ മാച്ചും ജയിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്, അറിയോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംഭവം ഉണ്ടല്ലേ? ഞാൻ ഈ തംബ്നെയിൽ ഗായ് ഫോർ ദ വിൻ എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് കുറെ
ഈ
കണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
നടന്ന എല്ലാ കളിയും തമ്മില് ഏത് പേരാ ആദ്യം കിടക്കുന്നവരായിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ തവണ അങ്ങനെ ആവത്തില്ല.
തമ്പുരാൻ അറിയാം യുവ ഈ വ്യാപാരി
knowing their opponent and playing standard comps. This is very non-standard from EDG, and we're going to get a clash on Mount.
ആദ്യമേ മരിച്ചു, രണ്ടുപേരും മരിച്ചു. ഒരാളെ മരിച്ചു.
No, I think they got the read on this.
Exactly. Splitting them to pieces.
Couldn't get a better indication of that. Presumably they would have held it if the fault line had not come through, and they were actually aiming for Simon in that spot. But they may have just let it go anyway. Hard antied them.
The preparation is clear right now for Sentinels.
As it was the last time they played on Lotus. They hard read what Gen G were bringing out. Are they going to expect this contact play though? Up into A. John getting pressured a little bit here, but there's always the pivot through that blue room. End on B.
Monkey.
പക്ഷെ ഇറങ്ങി പിടിക്കാതെ മരിക്കും. ഇല്ലടാ, അവനോട് ഇരിക്കത്തേ ഉള്ളൂ. നോക്കത്തില്ല, ഇവനെ നോക്കത്തില്ല.
Boombot in his hands, lets it loose, will take that contact in for the smoke, and a fight has to be taken. Risks in order for EDG to bail themselves out of this spot. But they just cannot hold a candle to everything Sen were running, man. It's layers ahead, thinking about it every single step of the way.
That's utterly beautiful. Right from the beginning, you're seeing them anti with this C-Snade, and it looks like they were going to throw it even without the fault line there, based on the timing. That catches on to nobody. Look how well Zekken is played into this spot by Sassy. Sassy jiggles, making it feel like he's the only player Waterfall, and then Sassy even rotates to open the door and apply pressure from another route. It's perfection. It's actually scaring me watching Sen. They are playing so much better here.
Right, mate, you don't have to face them.
Absolutely.
Vertex,
They're playing so much better than you have any right to expect of a team that looked like they were in a bit of a slump before champs. They've woken up.
The experience accumulating. Hunting the hand of this. They've been in rough spots before, this Sentinel squad as well. How much this means for EDG in this series, where a win would get them top 3 for Sentinels. They've already reached and more. They've lifted a trophy. They've been in these spots. They know what it takes to win a tournament. On display, I think, from that preparation. Doesn't overstep himself, just takes the one player. Kang drop down and out. Zekken with a re-exploration, realizing that these players are split up. And now a bit of ult farming. Zekken want to try and potentially get that ult closer and closer to being online. Simon, tune him up. Nice crossfire setup with him and nobody, and it's brought it down to a 1v3, but with nobody low enough, as it is, Boombot spotting him as well. Did himself a gun and an open side onto C.
May have been slightly overzealous there, that push out through the smoke on C. Nobody's a great player. You can't give him openings like that. I think the health is just too low.
ഒരാളെ കൊന്നിട്ട് ആ ഫാന്റെ കൊണ്ട കയ്യത്തെ വേണം.
And a free pick and reset and win the 1v2. Can just get spammed through any box.
അയ്യോ, എല്ലാരും ഫ്ലാഗ് വഴി കൂട്ടുകാരാ.
Just tapping this one. Only 14 seconds left.
It looks like he's just trying to
save a gun potentially. That kill, but Wasn't expecting to win that one, so he doesn't get away with a weapon either.
And he puts the Phantom back into the hands of Sentinel, so Zeken's going to be happy he got that one at the end. This is another thing that absolutely blew Gen G away, is that Sen are so good right now at putting the right people in position. On Lotus. In second again, this is mirror image, although the sides are swapped, of what happened last time they played on Lotus. Zekken, I'm sure people are going to be calling for him to play Neon on this map, but the Raze ult is so powerful, and Zekken always is there at the tip of the spear on pistols and follow-ups.
Oh yeah.
He's 2 away.
I mean, it's called Showstopper for a reason. Heavily impactful. Basically defines the way that you do play the map of Lotus with this composition. Very much all in though from EDG. In through B. Sentinels give up this open space onto the site. Willing to try and play this one into the retake.
Race തന്നെ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഈ മാപ്പിൽ നല്ലത്?
All grouped up as well, so 5 versus 5.
Pressure here towards Heaven onto John Cutie, who only has a ghost. That could be the win con for EDG.
Making sure that they can dominate a portion of the post plan here. John seemingly aware of it though. He just catches that contact and he makes the call that they are playing up towards Heaven. The question is, does Sen have anything to deal with it? Bullets flying forwards. Luck at a draw was what they were hoping for. Simon doesn't need luck on his side. Flex the muscles, flex the mechanics. With that, Sen, round is dusted for them.
What a spot to put your breach in.
Yeah.
Smoggy get on the board early up as well. Helping settle those nerves. They need a big performance to come out from Smoggy playing Clove on this map. The big reasons why you would make a pick like that. But until Smoggy starts putting up those big performances, Simon has been there, and he was there on Haven. Normally, it's like big impacting clutch moments or something that we've seen from Simon, but now he's just letting the raw aim do the talking, tucked into basically a one and done in that spot and gets 2. Here's a fight over towards Rubble.
Oh, Maris.
Prepped again, we saw the value that that brought on the pistol.
Clashes might favor EDG into this spot, but all it takes is the one. They're going to make a go of things here as well. TP up and towards the top of the season. Lead was dead a little bit too early there, so they give up that space once more. Fault line.
തീർന്നവരെല്ലാരും.
In case there is that refight.
ഇല്ല അവര് പോയി അകത്ത് ഡോറിനകത്തായിരുന്നു.
Clearing most of this. The paranoia triggers the play. Still, Chichu still there. This guy ready to punish them for the hubris, thinking that they could take that fight open and out. Sassy going for that repeat. The trade not in sight. Player's not ready to account for that one. Sassy's still here, man. Dropping himself back. Under 12 HP, but with 2 kills. Earned under the round and under his belt. There's an opening now for Sentinels in the round.
Sassy is a dangerous beast. It's not guaranteed at all for nobody in Smoggy.
Going through the back of the side, you can tell that there's still levels of unknown. Even the C's just use preemptively in case
they're worried about hard items. They're thinking that John could be in that spot. Sen have actually doubled up here. Looks like it could well catch EDG off guard.
Out advantage of EDG. Sentinels themselves splitting up. Watch for live from John. A couple of different avenues. But not pushed together. John, where have you pulled that one from? The brink seemingly, it leaves it all down to Smoggy. Time will start to tick onto this one here, and he's isolating his voice line, and his play is up yet, John! Stands tall to the pressure. And a rifle fire itself, he was not shaken. Wins it out. Granting Sentinels that 3rd.
John standing up, standing tall, as you say. Not allowing the nerves or the moment to get to him. Trading out the player with the weaker health in front. I'm not a big fan of how Sentinels played this round, actually, in terms of their strategy to weak clear on Rubble. It gave EDG the advantage, and it was individual skill from Sassy. I mean, what is that? With the weaker health in front. I'm not a big fan of how Sentinels played this round, actually, in terms of their strategy to weak clear on Rubble. It gave EDG the advantage, and it was individual skill from Sassy. I mean, what is that?
Nice, boys!
Sen getting back in with the player quality that we know from this team. EDG need to be able to answer. Same, or very similar. Rubble setup from the defenders here. Ten's not playing inside tree, they're making a mix-up. He's setting very quickly to stop a beat from happening, but if Simon rips his ult, all 3 players will be caught.
Seconds closer to showstopper, and he's going to let him rip! Earlier, at least not even getting the kill, damage done. Nobody's still surviving. Here's the one in front, but it crossed it up onto the corner! The Ted and Sassy We'll punish them for stepping past that.
What a read
ഇവൻ
from
ഒരു
Sentinel
കോർണർ
to
പോലും
be
ചെക്ക്
early
ചെയ്ത്
on.
അകത്തോട്ട് അടിച്ച
They cover the fight, and they've read the pivot over towards C here as well. They are not worried about a repop into B whatsoever. Picking spawn, waterfall. Ready to fight these guys, deny the plant before it even comes through.
Hardest read.
John's so far ahead of the game.
Just following the sound cues as well, Simon. Sticking with the plant. He doesn't even get that. Bullets precisely lay it down exactly where they were needed, and Chichu's just praying, hoping that he doesn't receive the same fate. Spike planted, but it's not in a great spot here. And with the paranoia sweeping his way through, it's down to instinct and timing. Chichu still traded off, only with the one. Smoggy smoked off and away in a crossfire to lay claim to his life. Sentinels, again, showcasing the preparation, showcasing the form, the constant evolution of this squad, and the experience.
And look how beautifully they dodged that. Two players still in crossfire position, Sassy and Tens. Able to shut down that Rolling Thunder completely. That, after their showstopper gambit failed as well.
എന്തോന്ന്
ചാമ്പ്യൻസ് സ്കിന്നിട്ട് കളി ചാമ്പ്യൻസ് മാച്ചിൽ ചാമ്പ്യൻസ് സ്കിന്നിട്ട് കളിച്ച എന്തോ സംഭവം
Many steps ahead.
അതാണ് എല്ലാരും ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു ചാമ്പ്യൻസ് ഇട്ട് കളിക്കുന്നത് ഇവരുടെയൊക്കെ ബെസ്റ്റ് സ്കിന്ന് വേറെ ഏതൊക്കെയാ ചാമ്പ്യൻസ് ഒന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഇട്ട് കളിക്കുന്നത് സംഭവമുണ്ട്.
Is trophy lifting caliber actually? The question is whether they can keep it up and whether EDG can answer back.
EDG have pulled together essentially scraps to have a chance of having to full buy into the next. A-Control's given up, Sen. And just look at the player positionings. They've got them surrounded on every front imaginable. The door's going to open up with the Prowl as well, but that's going to be broken down early. Tens treating out through the back of the side. That is risky by second. Satchel to save the day, and Sassy striking right where it hurts. Unaccounted for with a pin to play. And it just feels like there's no hope at this point for EDG.
Sassy has hidden reserves. If you think back to the way in which this guy lifted a Champions Trophy in the past, all throughout that year, 2 years ago, he would always say, the team would always say, doesn't matter about Masters, what we're prepping for is champs. We're looking to level up and peak at the right time. When you watch him and the shots he's hitting, I don't think Sassy's been doing this very much this year, and I was a little worried that maybe he didn't have it in him anymore.
Right.
But more fool me for thinking that of the bold beast from Brazil.
This guy, he is unreal with the form factor that he's been in over the course of this tournament. Even at the beginning as well, he was saying that it doesn't matter how many trophies you win, it just makes you more and more addicted to winning. It makes you want it more.
I think plenty of other Sen players will be feeling that right now as well. Tens, Sassy, they understand it. They've been both through the hard times as well as the good. They're trying to bring that peak at the right moment.
Back to last year. Don't have to think back far.
No, and that's one of the massive difference between these two teams. Sen are trying to fight as an org, you know, from Tens' POV for that third trophy, that third peak. Whereas it would be EDG's first attempt at even making top 3, a podium finish, minimum bronze in this tournament if they were able to come back here. But it would take some incredible resilience, because right now they're looking beaten down. And they need this round. Their economy is getting stretched.
Slower play though. Quad 4, it's pulled a lot of these Sentinels players out and away. Kankang's the only player in through the side. Chichu sticking with the TP in through. You're in the smoke already. TP crossed up under the corner. Kankang punished from the Odin spam. Directed him exactly to where Zelsis is going to be playing from, and the smokes are renewed in the face of Sentinels. This is a different look for EDG, but still finding it difficult to even get this plant down. Nobody with the plan. Nightfall now. Going to be used and expended. Sentinels trying to use this to get themselves in. And John QT scatters their ashes to the wind. Chichu will have to hold it down. Out through the back move with all sound cut away. Not long for this world. Smoggy left. Isolating. Heads are popping. Sassy sticking onto the half. The util is good. Best chance in a long while. They've got to deal with Sassy. Not dead yet. Sassy sticking, but the swing coming through.
Another round where Smoggy gets impact. That's a huge turnaround from EDG in a spot where it looked like John off the back of Sassy's ultimate had done enough. EDG fight back, Make sure that their eco isn't broken
The
again.
money?
They get at least the second round on the board.
വരുമ്പോയില്ലല്ലോ പിങ്കാരി.
Punish from Kankan too. He's trying to give his team as many good opening opportunities as he can. That's more of that snappy aim that we've come to expect from Smoggy. Look good there in that position, anchoring towards water. And now big rubble fight again. Sen have not really wanted to opt into these, but they have been doing some re-clear strats.
Tends to spot it out though. He opened the door himself as well to see if he could take a quick little peek. Like a gamble on his part with a pixel angle, but he's going to be retreating now. Throw into the back of the side. EDG, they want to go rapid. Increase of the tempo, overdrive as well. That's put in a squeeze, and Ten's tested in that moment. Can't offset EDG, overwhelming him as the smokes dissipate too. John QT is fully unaware. Nades ricocheting, but it matters not. Smoggy right there when you least expect him.
And EDG do have it in them. What a beautiful change of tempo. Just when it looks like they're down and out, they put together two very nice rounds. Utilizing the fact that Sen have been a bit timid over on Rubble. Haven't put together a round where Sen have gone for the full denial. Seen spots where Celsius has clutched in that position before, but he's got no hope here. He's just trying to hold on to that Phantom. First kill.
അറിയില്ല കൂട്ടുകാരാ.
Yeah.
1 and 2.
Sometimes it's the way of things when you do end up dominating, winning by such a margin that you just don't get involved into the fights.
Other people are just doing it for him.
Yeah. Keeps it to the next though. And this is EDG, I think, with that tempo increase. The prior round, if you remember, think back, that EDG did win. They started with a very slow default.
Super slow. First minute, they weren't really doing much. I mean, they were pressuring towards A and C, making it difficult for Sen to get the read.
Yeah.
But that was a massive increase in pace. And Ten's got caught completely off guard there. John wasn't fast enough to make a decision about what he wanted to do, how he wanted to support Tens. So the Omen star for Sentinels was left adrift there on the A site. Kaplan's going to come in, add his own experience into the mix. He was talking during the coaching interview about how on Haven he felt like his team had done a great job of listening to him during the timeouts, taking some of the strategies he'd given them and applying them in the right moments.
Yeah.
They're going to need to do the same again to stay ahead of the game here. The second continues to be playing at an outrageous level. Since he's picked up the Neon, by the way, he's been averaging 300 ACS, 200 ADR. In the previous map, he was 9-1 in first kill to first death second.
Jesus.
He was 5-0 in first kills against Kankan.
Yeah.
And he's kept all of that pace up, proving that it's not to do with the agent he's playing. Now 10-4, one away from Showstopper.
He's locked in.
And it looks like they're going to be bringing that over towards A. This is very similar to what they were doing against Gen G. Putting John Cutie here as well gives them a snake bite to be able to shut down any EDG Rubble fight. But they've got the read slightly wrong here. They're going to just end up using a ton of util when EDG are not contesting it.
Yeah, and so a lot of that's not going to be used for retake, for plant denial. And scurry away as well. Most of the space is going to be given up. It's hard to hold on to this with EDG's composition. The double initiator, Prowler, Sassy, catching the contact. Needs to be careful. The door is opened wide for the evacuation.
And that's where you see the value of Clove Smokes as well. Smoggy throws one down and they're able to get this space. And they found a completely open A site. EDG come out of the attack timeout, read Sen perfectly.
Great ideas. Center in position though to try and make it a go of this one with the flood defense. Rocket to the floor, and it finds the contact and target exactly Zekken was looking for. Almost beamed down into the process, but it's a kill advantage, and that puts the uncertainty in place here for EDG into tap. And they want nothing to do with the A site.
I mean, ideally they'd be looking to pivot over towards B, but they don't actually have any info there. Nobody playing B main. They'd have to be worried about so many angles if they did go for that pivot. They also only have one smoke on Smoggy right now.
Door opened and a cut of noise. Trying to bait Sen in for the re-exploration. Still the Haunt will reveal the hand. And Smoggy cuts it up onto the angle as they're trying to evacuate and make that pivot possible out towards B. There's still players at their backs. Sentinels could be ready to remove a few lives. Peek from Sassy. Haunt as well, doesn't get broken. And it's flanks on flanks. The timing's round and round we go. Simon reveals it. It's a phone line. He's trying to play his team back in, but from that angle, John QT is none the wiser.
He thought it was coming from sight.
Still a 2v2. Not planned to really for them well. Not at the baby door, Sassy's holding. Damaged under Zelsis. It's precarious. He feels like he can't really make the tap happen. Contact. High-low. EDG. Waiting to strike that time pressure. Sentinels, you're running out of wing cons. You've got to stick this at some point. Circle's got to be shrinking at some point here. Locking it down onto the corner and half not earned. It's EDG. Bringing it back. One round at a time is how it's done. A 4-1 to the tally. And to be even.
If nerves were affecting them during Haven, as Muggle said, there are no signs of it anymore. These last 3 rounds, absolute steel nerves from them after Sassy goes for the tap. They don't budge an inch. They didn't give any possibility of a fight there to Zelsis or Sassy. And Simon, I thought he might have given it away with the fault line, but he still ended up finding value in his lurk spot. We're back into this round. Sentinels again, making sure that rubble belongs to the defenders. But it is a large util investment.
An immediate response again from EDG to making the right reads in that regard.
Yeah, I think coming out of this tag timeout, it's actually worked against Kaplan. EDG are even happier knowing that there's 4 players committed to A at the beginning of the rounds.
There's going to be another level to this one. There was a Paranoia and a Prowler used by EDG. Rolling Thunder is earned, and Simon has it primed and ready. Up and over the top. A lot of angles to account for. That is composure from Kang, and he wants to take it one step further still. Defended. Up and over the shoulder, the IGL will put Kang to bed.
EDG, though, have taken so much space. Send group up, re-clear through spawn. Tens the backstab through Waterfall as well.
Unorthodox with the angle, nobody! It is aim train to the skies. Yep, that haunt, it still gets the value and still gets the damage done. Chichu can't land it with a spray, but eventually there. Stun still connecting, Sassy now sticking, defended, up and around, and Simon's left to do it all from that spot. It's just not possible.
What pace, what aggression from Sen. How does Sassy survive with 5 HP there? Smoggy once more put in a position to win a round for EDG. He's top of the scoreboard, but I think he whiffed his chance again. 120 to the body by the look of things, and Sassy still won the duel. This is what I'm talking about. Can't be allowed to happen. He's got to be winning those kind of fights. Another spot where Sassy comes up huge, and this time opting into the rubble fight on a weaker buy. But Sen don't have the snake bite here. Actually, EDG, right as the start drifting away as well. They don't want any piece of that.
Slower play from EDG is going to be called. Throw a bit of caution into the mix. There's still danger for EDG, you know, despite the fact that it is a weaker buy. They have 3 rifles.
Absolutely. And if there was a round for Smoggy to find some impact, it would be now with Clovel online. This looks like a setup to try to punish people in Mound or B, depending on where Sen take contact first.
Pings. Yep, they saw John before he was even aware of the process.
Right there.
Pluck him out of the picture, taking him out with a head. And Paranoia is beautiful, blinding up into this spot. Smoggy is putting the squeeze on alongside Chichu.
I love that read. Smoggy and Chishu there, ready to backstab the people trying to punish Mound. EDG, their macro game has been remarkably good these last 5 or so rounds.
Then trying to go for round 2. While this is going on, though, it's EDG that somehow been flipped up against him. With Chichu being dropped, Smoggy now has to contain and contest alongside the flank. Never go around with the door rotating. It's random sprays and rifles. Well trained. EDG, they know what it takes to get the round done, finished, clocked up, and sealed up with every single kill. Sassy scurrying to save the weapon into the next. This is EDG. As I said at the beginning, there was danger with those 3 rifles, and they put them to good usage, put them to good work.
And if Sassy can save this weapon and save his armor, there is a chance that Sen is still going to be able to put together a good buy. That's why it's so important he keeps the Phantom online. EDG have just turned the map, honestly. It looked like Sen were about to put up a decent lead heading into the half, and now 6-6.
Yeah.
More than possible, likely, I think.
Can't argue with EDG's grit, determination here. They lose the opening pistol round, yet still being able to make it even in terms of rounds at the first half.
Yeah, and I think nobody's adaptations have been really solid too.
Yeah.
The tag timeout that Kaplan took, I think Muggle had more impact.
Isolate and exterminate.
a tempo switch up from EDG, always keeping Sen guessing. Once more, the all-in with
Hey,
you.
Ashan.
Burns and all. John is committing this pit.
Okay, interesting play. EDG might want to accelerate here into C. It's only Zelsis. He can pop down the ult, but he might get pressured in waterfall.
Yeah. Nano Swarms could be deaded here. Divides up the site. Retake Viper Wall as well for Sentinel to try and play with. Makes it hard for EDD to chew through. Zelsis now. Lockdown. It's never to really clear this one. You have to take this one. Fighting straight up. Brute force on display. Blinded up though, and the util is overwhelming. Sheer cacophony of it. Nothing to clear it. Respect has to be shown. EDG now have to back away. Cut away with the sound cues. They don't even know if anybody's onto this one, but just peering up and over, spamming away, still earning their way into a round win. EDG and Kang ahead of the curve, unaccounted for.
In the
Up onto the
puddle.
side. That's a 6-6 finish for EDG, despite everything that was against them.
What a comeback! This Chinese squad not going down without a fight. Winning 5 out of the last 6 rounds, and even with Sentinels anticipating that waterfall pressure, EDG have tied it up. Immaculate stuff, setting us up for an electric second half of Haven.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Colors fade and lights all fade. There's no need to be afraid. The sun is set and stars will shine. Truth and dreams will intertwine. If darkness drops and night will fall, we will answer when it calls.
Well, contrary to our belief, yeah, we are heading into the second half of Lotus.
It's not Haven?
It's not Haven.
Oh, that's tragic.
Listen, I've been there. Other people probably haven't, but I was there quite recently. It's 6-6 though. This is EDG, and they have made a resounding comeback. They lose the opening pistol round. This is not their map pick of Lotus. Sen opted to go here, and they've looked brilliant for most of this tournament when they've played on this map. They have real chances here.
Absolutely. I think EDG have done a fantastic job from round 7 or 8 onwards. The macro game plans looked far better. They were more comfortable with the pace that Sentinels was playing at. And this pistol could be exactly what they need to start propelling them forwards and have some belief that they can win this game. Because up until recently, up until these final 6 rounds, it's looked like only one of these teams here believed they could actually win today. Now we're getting glimmers. And we're getting Smoggy at the top of the scoreboard. You know, things are starting to work out again now. Double Sheriff on the pistol round from Sen. A strat that they've adapted and picked up from Gen G. Does give them opportunities to win fights long range very consistently.
Sentinel's gone for slow siege. A nice hold to start. EDG given easy access over towards A Rubble 2. Chichu's happy to take up that space as well. It's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information over, but no exploration really from anyone else on EDG.
EDG do tend to leave the C site fairly weak. You can see here it's only Smoggy holding that down. Both not usually enough to hold on to a site all on their own.
What a presence. What a Prowler's committed over towards A.
As the Viper Wall goes up as well, threatening that Sen could be contracted behind that. As the Viper Wall drops, EDG start to realize it's not A at all. They reinforce towards C. Is there a pivot here? Are they going to fake C and hit B? That would leave Kang Kang in a very exposed position.
Still Kang Kang. Maybe spotted. Yes, indeed. The season nade it, rebounds as well, but there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide out against it. Util combo, unfortunate. Kangang's going to be dropped, and that first kill handed over to Sen, but there's still chances for EDG. They're doubled up. It's a high-low waiting for the bodies to come flying forwards here. Playing up the sound cue. Stun was good, and stopping them in their tracks. Sentinels cannot cross that line, and the barrier just not there for them. Zelsis time against him. And it's of the essence. There needs to be that defense. 4 seconds left. They've got to stick this one. It needs to be covered. Chichu, he wins the day. JungQT was not there in time. And so EDG with a pistol round to begin the second half of Lotus.
The crowd here certainly believing that it's winnable. That fault line from Simon, superb, coming cross-map to be able to pick it up. Sure, it doesn't actually allow a kill to follow up off the back of it, but it distressed Sen, made them have to hit the C site in a couple of different waves and allowed for easier kills from nobody. Where was John towards the end of that? If he'd been tight with Zelsis, that's clearly a round victory in the pistol.
What has to be accounted for, but oh, Smoggy. I'm expecting that it could be players. Smoke. The purpose of it, handed over again. Simon's good though.
Simon's been asked to do so much in this match, and he's been there for it every time. What a warrior for EDG.
He dishes it right back as well. A little bit of safety here for EDG, but while all that was going on, they did lose access to most of the map. The rotations that were made, Chichu, you can tell just from his positioning, he's scared of like an A-lurk, the potential of that.
EDG do not have that Viper to play around, which means no frequent wall or smokes in B. So I think this is going to be a theme of Sen's attack side, looking to see if they can contact up and get picks in this area. They're going to realize no one's home. They don't have smokes to work with themselves, apart from that Viper orb.
Plan here, JungQT sticks it down. Doors opened up from Simon, looking to contest as well. He's definitely putting the squeeze on these Sen players.
Cover going out.
As long as there's that caution from EDG, they should be able to find a way through this round here. Kill. Chichu wins it out. Seconds quite there. Rapid onto the approach, but right behind him is Kang. Trying to take him out. Pesky problem up through heaven. Tap already, and the movement is nice. A jar, snappy from John, but Simon sticking a defuse. Full confidence in the rest of his team as well to cover that one still. Sen will make it expensive.
But that's the best they're able to accomplish in that round. It does seem like a bit of a weakness, a bit of a gap, and EDG are going to have to do a lot of pivoting on the defense side to reinforce these holes. Smoggy's alone on C. He needs those rotates to come through quickly enough, and all of those rotates are going to come by the fact that EDG is maintaining rubble control. You need deep rubble info to be able to allocate your resources towards the rest of the map. So I would be expecting Sen to try to re-clear a bit more heavily in the kind of early to mid round.
Yeah.
And yet we haven't seen that from them yet.
That was the kitchen sink thrown out by EDG. JungQT is going to be reading all that util.
Second took a little bit of damage there, but it's not permanent.
There's fear from Sen here. They're worried about a trap play potentially. Celsius one away now from the lockdown. It's one of the things that this EDG comp is good at when you're running the double initiator.
Yeah, they can set up huge traps. But look again, the rubble control is all the way of EDG, and so they can afford to have 2 players C currently.
Deep Haunts. Broken. Kang's position not revealed out through the back there with the door opened wide. Smoke in his face. Bit of anti-synergy perhaps. He was hoping to potentially see some players scattered with 40 seconds. Sentinel's options are running dry.
They're going to have to go towards B. You can see the pings on the minimap. They're going to make it look like they're re-clearing onto rubble.
And trying to push his players back! What is that from nobody? Close quarters. It's where he thrives. Stinger in hand. A buy round for Sen. Full investment with the rifle. Simon, he's ahead of most of that util, but they're just giving Sentinels a win con and into the round.
Very similar to the prior round here. A 3v4, Sen at a disadvantage. Can they try to make something happen in post plants? EDG need to play tight, together. Chishu, nobody, doubling up.
It's all split up by Sen as well. Everybody's just willing to take their own fights here. The rifle out open, what an adjustment. Nobody snaps to the sides. Dismisses John as easily as that. Sassy, his turn to step up, but a movement at charges makes it so damn awkward. Tens up and ready. Smoke in his face, 60 HP. Not just a tap, it's a full stick as well from Kankan with the smoke as well. The play around comes down to that RNG. And the shots and bullets just not landing for him. EDG, that's now a bonus round conversion into the second half of Lotus.
They've taken control here. Sentinels have only won one round out of the last 9. This is dominant from EDG. They got activated halfway through that first half, and then now they can't be stopped. The double kill from nobody is absolutely ludicrous. That's the kind of thing that Sentinels cannot afford to happen to them.
No.
And I think they've got a major problem here, which is breaking through that rubble control. EDG are allocating 2 players to holding it, one on top of rubble, the other on root. And Sen can't break through. Anytime they put the Viper Wall up in a Prowler, the Prowler's broken too early, there's spam through or some level of defensive utility, and they're not taking that area.
Yeah.
And they look afraid to opt into the fight at the start of the round. We've seen them default towards C, I think every single round on their attack side so far.
Yeah, they've been trying to apply pressure towards it. Maybe re-explore over towards A, but the trouble is when you're playing against this EDG comp, like Senna trying to take C, mound control, pressure over towards it, pull rotations potentially, but they're taking too long to do it.
And also their pivots through between B and C are getting slowed down by Simon's utility.
Yeah, it's been
so
pretty
Simon
perfect.
can fault line, and he's been immaculate with those. He can fault line to allow the defense to rotate between B and C quicker than Sen can. Sentinels only bringing Sheriffs into this round. EDG looking to fight them in mound here. Pretty aggressive option to go for on the anti-eco, to be honest. And these massive ultimates for Sen not going to be used in this round unless they find that opening.
This could go wrong very easily. Prowler catches up onto Kang. C's expended, Tens has the TP to evacuate.
And this is a very different look, right? EDG have been maintaining their macro advantage by being able to hold on to this space here, Rubble. And now they've given it to Sen. The rifles should sing, however.
Chichu is the only player locked down over towards A. He's called for the reinforcements. Smog is going to be joining him. Stray Bullet's going to be laid down. Door's broken though. It's a pivot from Sen. Essentially all players trying to make the moves over. Zelsis just a shoulder peeking out, trying to bait this shot. Simon can't maintain it. It's rattled back and forth here, but with the Sheriffs, Sentinels are trying to make this one work. An ultimate pulled out with a nightfall and a flank occurring right from the back. This will put a squeeze onto the remaining Sen players. Up to them to try and bail themselves out with the heroics, and an all-committed damage done. Decay is still there. Sassy, weak as anything, doesn't know that the players are rapidly approaching. And they dismantled the hold that Sen were just desperately trying to cling to on the site.
There was a lot of danger there, though. I don't think EDG should be going for that kind of defensive setup too often in the rest of this half, because it did open the door for Sen. A couple of nice shots as well. That one in particular, Sassy finding Kankan. Made the round winnable enough for John to try to invest that pit. But their big ultimates to get into sites yet to be expended. Lockdown, Showstopper. Those are going to be active here for this incredibly pivotal. I was going to say eco swing round, but to be honest, Sen, with the loser's bonus, they're still going to be able to buy up into the next. I still expect them to treat this one as if it's mightily important, though, and stop EDG getting to 11. EDG leaving A utterly open.
Gone for a fight, though. Celsius has been caught by this. The stun is perfect. Kang is right there. Up onto it. Paranoia slightly misses. Ultra expended. Ultra committed. And EDG, you put everything into this. But they topple. They fall. Crumbled from the util in a hold of Sentinels. It's discipline that reins them in.
EDG, after the TAC timeout, have tried to change their defensive setups. Anything that they've gone for that was different to what they opened with has failed. And this is nice pressure. It's just keeping Simon anchored to the A site. Does it pull Smoggy away? No, he's going to read this.
Still at that angle. It's a brutal one to take. Crosshair placement, there's many angles he could be peeked from, but Smoggy feeling like he has to take it at that point.
And I think Sen will be super happy about this result. a 4v1 that Simon is not going to find winnable. And Sen still have huge ults to work with. And as you pointed out earlier, Simon, he ripped that one off. They really wanted to show a different tempo on the defense side, catch Sen unaware, before they could get into position to use Lockdown Showstopper, these kind of ults. It didn't work. The threat is actually being worse than the threat of the Showstopper and the Lockdown here is causing more problems for EDG than the ults themselves.
Right.
Because it's forcing them to feel like, we have to go and take the fight. We have to change something up.
Be proactive, pull the ults out early.
And the proactivity is not working. Sen's protocols are looking lovely to defeat it.
It's handed Sen that 7th round here. They're still down by 3 with EDG.
It's a bit of a whiff from Kankan as well to open the round up.
Yeah.
But you see there that mount pressure and then open the door, punish the B players. All of the protocols there working really nicely for Sen. And they do have a massive ult advantage now. So EDG, they might still feel like they have to play proactively. Because otherwise, what do you really have to stop these ults from getting value and getting a sight?
Yeah, look at the minimap, EDG. 4 players moved up right and over. Simon priming the fault line. Gonna let it loose relatively early there just to set up Kang onto the line. And TenZ accounted for, spotted onto the corner. Here's the response, Showstopper! Ricochets and claims Smokey. Couldn't bound and bounce his way out of the fight. 4 versus 4.
And that early proactivity, though, means that EDG had to give up Rubble. So now Sen, 4v4, like you said, but they have control over Mound and front B and Rubble. They own the map.
Toxin screen down.
John just trying to tether those players over towards the A side as well. That's the Sentinels. Creeping and crawling their way over towards the B side, now committing into this plan. They're going to hear these noise cues. EDG are relatively split apart. They're actually not connected.
You could kind of say the same for Sentinels, though. Zekan's going to back off. If he was playing that post plant on site, he would have been very isolated. And we saw John being disconnected on the lurk was critical in terms of how they lost the pistol round.
Fault line used here. Simon's position. They're going to know this is online. Lockdown has to be defended as well. Stuns, Ricochet in second. Couldn't hold a candle to it. Kankai's there, spraying, spamming, praying that they can do it. But they can't break the lockdown in time. Respect has to be shown. Time starting to tick. Simon was to increase the heat. The tempo there for it. Just making sure he's the distraction already. But the circle shrinks. Time escapes EDG into that spot. All goes wrong with no way to clear that lockdown.
They did actually do enough damage to break the lockdown as well. Really bizarre interaction. It said 0 players detained and lockdown broken at the same time.
Wow.
But the thing that had happened was it was way too late. I mean, the setup for that, it's in such a safe position. You got no chance of being able to break it in enough time to pull off the retake there. Kankan did what he could, but it just ended up being far too overpowering, that ult advantage. And now, when EDG can play a little more reserved, a little more focused on denying Rubble control, a little more like they did in rounds 13, 14, 15, well, now they don't have the weaponry behind it.
No, it's difficult. Put some partial investment into it with nobody rifle in hand. He's dropped down to 300 credits, but Sentinels, they catch most of the signs of life, and now they want to send it out towards this C site. There are players ready to play spoiler. Waterfall is not being cleared. Prowler, second level of things. Kang taking a peek, overdrive, it's there, and a Nightfall committed. Sen feeling awkward, shaky territory. Open angles not presented to Kang. He can't be collecting any of these kills, and the C's dodged in the moment. Still another tap, Sassy. He's waiting for round 2. Smoke to try and play themselves in and cut up the side. It's one from TenZ himself, realizing they've lost control of most of this one. 50 seconds left. Stun in for the back. Nobody just can't land it. Shots going wide, up and around. Second high ground angle. And that slight pause that Sentinels are willing to place into the round. It's enough for EDG to just overextend themselves enough. Hand getting slapped right back.
Phenomenal patience from Sentinels. I don't think they had a way out of that to actually get the plant down if EDG continued to hold in the spots that they were in. Well, they baited out. As you said, that slight overextension from the retakers. And at that point, it's an eco advantage. Sen have brought this one back really nicely. The gap has closed to 1. But this next round, round 20, is going to be where EDG can try to fight back. Yes, nobody's hurt the economy for himself a little bit, but the rest of the players are going to have rifles in hand. There's no big ultimates available for Sentinels to disrupt things and give them easy openings to the site.
Chichu can drop the rifle too.
Right. So heading into round 20, this is where Sen are back to the same question that flummoxed them at the start of this half. How do you break through without having to rely on ults? EDG are going to take a tactical timeout.
One enemy remaining.
I'd just be calling as well for a return to what was working for them.
They could be, but at the same time, when you take a timeout, it implies to me like you're going to try to mix something up. And just as we saw on that timeout in the first half of Lotus, where Kaplan hit the panic button and it actually favored Muggle, this could be another situation actually where you're giving time for Sen to come up with their own adjustment.
Yeah.
And try to get ahead of what EDG might be doing.
Exactly right. 0 timeouts left for Sentinels here, so it could be that lifeline that's just given up to them.
This is the way that the ults play on Lotus now. The pressure back onto Sen to prove that they can make things happen. In a kind of dry fight between the two teams. I would be expecting EDG to put heavy emphasis on rebel control though. I think that was working really nicely for them. Nobody and Chishu locking down that area, posting 1 on route, 1 on rubble, making sure that Sentinels can't just contact re-clear in there.
Just on the minimap as well, looks like early signs that we will be seeing that.
Yeah, but at the same time, not with the fade util by the look of things. Now there is a haunt lineup you can throw from B, but you're not going to get anything else. Yeah, nobody's gearing up for it. Okay, so they're going to throw the haunt lineup there, over towards A, make you feel like it's super heavy pressure, and we're back to what looks like kind of similar stuff at the start of this half.
Yeah.
A rerun of round 15.
Back to where we landed. Smoke to cover. But over the top here, nobody's off ankle. Simon takes the peek here, bullet to the brain, but luckily the wall saves his life. Keeps him kicking into the round.
You see that Zelsis was anticipating the second player. He thought he was getting pushed in the moment. As soon as he spots Simon, he's worried that the stack is on B, and he would be right to think that. So now Sen are going for a re-clear, and this time, nobody's home. The stuff that was working for EDG, setting up aggressively, denying this space. They've abandoned it.
It's up to Chichu and Simon. Only 2 players sitting here. Reinforcements are called for. Hang as well is going to be able to play this part towards A, but a door's in his face.
Do EDG go for some kind of quick pre-take as Sen get into sight? They got the pace to do it.
Yeah, most of it's going to be fading as well. Chichu does have that open access. Door's going to be broken down. Kang he's already ripped this one away, but it's traded. In kind. Tens is there. Satchel play. Beautiful. Tracking. Chichu's there. Aware of the fact that there could be that second player. And drops Tens out of action. 18 seconds left. TP forwards. That is crazy stuff by Chichu, but honestly, the pressure, it's all on Sassy. Reload committed, side by side. Needs to play this one in, but the rest of his team accounted for, but time against him. It's only 4 seconds left, and at this point, it's against them. They realize it. EDG backing away. Nobody just has to survive, and it's a round win for EDG up to 11.
Another situation where Zelsis has to watch the round slip through his fingers. The grains of sand fall away from him, and he's just got no hope. It's a slight spacing problem here. Tens isn't inside the smoke as Zekin goes through it. They're worried about somebody having dominated it prior. And so Tens can't quite swing through to trade that kill. It becomes very difficult for the superstar duo to get going. EDG make their way up to 11. This map is so winnable to push us to Sunset.
I would love for the Sunset to be the case. EDG have looked pretty good on the map in the past.
Both teams have. It will be another banger.
It's the door opened up by Sen, looking to clear most of the way. Front section of B. Hoping they can pull players back and over as well. The 3 clears over towards A. Not been great from Sen.
They've been great when players have contested it, and now EDG are. They've got fault line paranoia here. It should be very difficult for Sassy to even fake like they're taking this space.
Usually Sassy's going to be trying to lead this one in with a Prowler in hand. It's util used by nobody. Gets acknowledgement over towards C. The horn wasn't broken. They know there's a player now. Out towards the back of the site. The snakebite flying up and over. Chichu, no choice now but to back away. Simon. He's here to save the day for him, though. Still holding on to control of this one. And seems like the read is right there for EDG.
But Sen also know there's no paranoia, no fault line, none of that business to stop them getting into the C site.
It's down to Smoggy. He's holding it down towards the back. Beaming him down. Still got the ult as well. It's not dead yet. Nobody up and over the top. Punish onto tens. Nana swarms, shredding them to pieces onto the back of the side here, but as the smokes dissipate, Smokey is alive and ready to deny the entirety of the round. And Sassy once more time, drifting away. It's a 12th round now for EDG. They can taste it. They're on the brink. It's match point, and it will send them to sunset.
The way in which EDG are holding on to these sites, it is beautiful. There needs to be a bit more coordination though between Zekken and Tens to get in. But look at these layers of defensive utility being used there. The stun that comes through from Kang is so important. Right? Stop all of those players that would love to trade from following up through the choke point. 3 chances to close things out before overtime. A massive rubble fight.
Yeah, and this could just be an explosive finish to the map here for Sentinels, opting into it. The haunt is dropped and broken.
One of the first times that Sen have actually fought over this at the start of the round. They push EDG back.
Hello.
Willing to go.
It's too rich.
Smoggy's aim has been remarkably good after a bit of a drought on Haven. But alright, Showstopper acquired. There's that major tool that powered Sen to most of their wins in this half. It was ult-based.
Kang! Almost there, the crosshair placement wasn't, but still he snaps it back. Well aligned, accounting for everybody!
Spike down A.
And Sen just cannot hold against it. Showstopper now used as desperation. Following the traces, Zekken takes the gamble. But all that play, all that work, it's an ult expended to no avail. The options are withering away. EDG, they can feel it, they know it. Sunset is ready and waiting. It's primed for them here. Nightfall scatters, Tens is low, no more sound cues to work off of. Haunt lights him up. The TP to adjust, but again, he's no long for the world. Second, last one left. And he cannot dodge this util. EDG are ready to swarm, ready to collect. It'll take a miracle to stop it at this point. They are not ready to let it happen. EDG will not be denied a chance for greatness.
It was a bit of a nervous, timorous opening for EDG on Haven, but they dismissed that and found the fire in their bellies. They're willing to go forwards to sunset.
It's a good map for both of the teams as well. I mean, if these two maps have been anything to really judge these teams off of as well, back and forth, it's anyone's game. It's still here for a minimum top 3 spot. It's all on the line here, Champs 2024.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
EDG brings it right back, and we're going to map 3, folks. Exactly what we felt like could very well happen, given the level of play that we've been seeing from both of these teams. But my goodness, was EDG absolutely lights out on Lotus. Excellent stuff.
You look at that first half and it looked like Sentinels had it in the bag. An excellent defense, put them at advantage, but then EDG in this second looked out of this world. The side anchors in particular, Smoggy holding things down.
They think themselves are equals.
After round, showing
They are
some
mistaken.
real resilience.
Fight.
To stay in this
It
upper
begins.
bracket.
We were talking about it, right? Not having maybe that extra bit of utility, having to play more for the kills and actually for looking those duels instead of just selling them. Actually, them gaining a lot of momentum, capitalizing on the mistakes that Sentinels were committing. And also when we go into that second half, Sentinels running out of time in so many of this situation.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of these big plays that we were seeing, and honestly, you get yourself, into that next half by going tied 6-6. Okay, you're looking pretty good. But what really impressed me, that defensive side, absolute shutdown. They could not get presence in trouble whatsoever. They were just getting dominated every single time. Like pretty much any extremity on the map, they were being met with the full force of EDG.
Yeah, Sen kept trying to go for these early defaults towards C Mountain, and they were getting that space pretty often. But this A control was such a tough nut to crack. The only time they were really getting that space was these late round pushes, and then when they were going for the executes at the end of the round, EDG did such a great job of conserving the right pieces of utility, and also having the right reads to set up and shut down in those critical site execs, where one kill, one death will make the difference between staying in this upper bracket or going down below and having to run the gauntlet.
Yeah, we're talking about a top 3 potentially for EDG. If they're able to carry on that momentum, Simon was having such a game. Him finding a couple of kills at the beginning of so many rounds just so easily and throwing things off. It's very surprising to see that, especially after having that first loss in the map that they chose. Now I'm thinking about the next one, thinking about Sunset. I'm still looking forward to the second part of that head-to-head.
And honestly, when I looked at the series layout and we got it in, I honestly felt as if this was anyone's game, because it felt like everyone's got what they wanted. EDG, no slouches on Lotus, same thing for Sentinels. There were no slouches on Haven, same thing for Sentinels. I mean, like, Mimi, this game has been everything. What's fascinating about Kong in this particular situation, he was more of a setup and get the job done kind of guy. He was actually at the bottom of the leaderboard for his team coming out of Lotus. He was such an impact player.
He had a lot of impact rounds, but I think him not having an outstanding map as an individual is the reason why this win is all the more. If you think back to EDG's previous top finishes, when they had the breakout versus Tokyo, that was defined by EDG. The casters were talking about it. Kong having one of the best individual offing performances we have ever seen, ever, at a global event, especially since the Chamber meta is the best we've had. This has not been about him. This run of Champions has been about the team, has been about them stepping up their macro, has been about them showing stellar mid-rounding despite coming into a brand new IGL and a new rookie player on the initiator role. And they have good if they are to win this final map. And if it's ever possible, I think this is the proof that China's not just a region about star individuals anymore. They have the talent, the skill, and to beat the best people.
Yeah, and think about also what they did in Lotus, like Smoggy playing on C, most of the things that we were seeing, I don't think that we have seen from EDG in the past. It's not like they themselves. I think that they were just keep everything in the stress that we have, and that is exactly what they need for Sunset. I think that they need to polish a lot of things. Yes, Kong being set up is very, very good, but what happens if he has the same performance that he's been having here on Lotus? Are they going to be able to step up? So he's having that individual performance. It's not the plans, so it's not that Kong dependent.
And it would be an amazing moment for EDG. script for Sentinels. Everyone was talking about how back they were, how good they looked in their early stages, debuting in these playoffs. After winning Masters Madrid, not even making it to Shanghai, and now coming back here and looking in a form that it seems achievable to lift another trophy, to go down to the lower bracket here, have to run that gauntlet again. That would make the chances of repeating a trophy for Tens to pick up his third so much more difficult.
It would be an absolute story, but either way you shake it, you got an EDG that wants to come into these global events as wide-eyed, plucky, ambitious youths that wanted to, you know, push the boundaries, see how far they could go. Now this is a squad that can comfortably contend for championships. I personally feel that way. And then for Sentinels on the other side, they've been there, they've done that. They see themselves, you know, potentially getting a trophy one more time. But the problem is that you're going into a sunset that is genuinely good for both teams.
Yeah.
Both teams this is like what I said in the beginning.
Kills remaining.
A couple left hooks, a couple right hooks. It's a boxing match. That's what you want to see here. You got it. Sometimes, you know, maybe I'll you know, do a little wrestling reference. Maybe a little Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes in the middle of the ring. But here we go. Now we're going to see things locked in, and we're right back to that neon duel that we saw at the beginning of this game.
I'm thinking about Sentinels, I'm thinking about Zed. We talked about it, the impact that he was having with the operator made DRX sweat. They need to make EDG sweat if they want to take this and continue on that upper bracket.
Similar comps, biggest difference here is the KO versus the Breach. Sentinels have a lot of set stuff. Sentinels following up on Delta's stuns. EDG, however, is going to have a lot of information. The cross-mount knives, the flash combos with that Sova as well can be really potent. They're both good comps. Both these teams are comfortable on this map, but there's only one shot in that upper final.
That's right, Mimi. This is it. Who pushes forward to the Inspire Arena? Let's go ahead and
5
find
kills
out.
remaining.
Your casters one last time. It's Bren and Sideshow.
That's exactly the case. It's the Inspire Arena. Shift the move as well as they fight for that trophy, but one of these teams is going to get to earn that chance to get to that point. Of course, there will be backup plans, I guess. You want to run it through the long range, I suppose. Sentinels have been there before, but it's not a position you want to put yourself in.
It makes a massive difference. Whoever wins this match, not only are you playing for all of that glory, you have 5 days of Red and the I'm sure both of these squads desperately need.
1 kill remaining.
Here on Sunset, we've seen some excellent performances from both of these squads.
Slow and steady to begin. You're going to be hearing most of his presence, but there's no footsteps off the back of it. You might just think it's... Yeah, false presence at that. Still, it's going to be util being used to try and bail him out. It's Kang sends it flying with the rally bolt here. Stuns flying. Okay, with the right clicks as well. No kills to be earned. And a quick pivot over towards Market.
They were not expecting to see Zelsis here.
Up through the gut. EDG paving the way over towards the A side. John QT is going to be a lot asked of him. Smoggy is way ahead of the rest of most of his team, in fact, through the cage, almost claiming a second. But eventually put him down and out. Sitting back to the spectator seat. It's an open A site now for the plant. Simon commits to this one, but 4 players alive as Senene are grouped up with that pack mentality. Emphasis being placed now on Chichu. Second is low enough. He takes that first point, and precision is just unreal. Zelsis barely keep it all together. Dropped down to 48 health. A dart, a flash, all expended into his face, but the job is done. Chiju's done enough. Time taken away. The nade at the feet, isolating the fights away. It's getting tested. It's getting stretched, and nobody takes precisely the right moment to rip away another pistol round.
It looked so dangerous for EDG when Kang made the hero play, trying to cut off the rest of the people in Boba, and Smoggy gets isolated. Both trying to be the heroes their team needed, and it was Chishu that stepped up for 3. He's so solid in these positions. And it has been that supporting class, I think, today. Chishu, Simon, who've been coming up big in moments to put huge rounds on the board. And that's a major one. EDG's attack side actually looked a little bit limper than I was expecting it to against Trace. They almost allowed Trace to make a bit of a comeback. And Sen were kind of slow to adapt on their defense side as well. When we flip halves, you're getting the best of both teams. But for this one, the door's open for somebody to make an improvement over what we saw previously and run away with things.
Take the initiative, take the lead so far, TDG. Not feeling pushed back, honestly, from all the signs of life. I mean, the knife earlier on did tag onto a bunch of the Sen players. They know that they're stacking still. EDG not willing to be removed from this, but they still have about 50 seconds to work with. So, okay, fault line, refight, out and through with the horns to the back, but they don't really have the guns for the job. Chichu can just sidestep most of this. Sen are going to try and dish it out still with these pistols. Tens alive, Sassy follows up, blind. It's a bit delayed and late here from Smoggy. They still want to get active though.
They know that everybody's here. They should be leaving. They should have left ages ago. And now when they finally make the maneuver, Tens is already reading it. He's already in front of them. That could have been a freebie.
Could have been. 11 half. He's waiting precisely to strike where it hurts most. Smoggy dropped down and forced to watch in horror as his team and the rest of the round getting let loose and slipping from their grasp. The plan, I mean, it has to be a safe one from Simon. Tucks it into the back. Sassy trying to get ahead of it. Seeking to delay. He knew the time pressure was of most of importance, but Celsius has been brought into it now, a 1v2. Maybe the nerves can be settled for EDG.
He's had so many chances today, Celsius.
And EDG do not let the round get away from them.
That one was so dangerous. I don't understand the EDG game plan there over in B main. You mentioned it right from the beginning. They knew that there was a stack, and they just wanted to punish it, get the free kills on this side of the map, I guess. Maybe worried because they weren't running that 4-1 default that they usually like to go for, but they didn't have info elsewhere. And I mean, this spot, Tens tucked in that corner, could have been more dangerous than it even was.
Yeah.
They've done damage here, Sentinels, to the EDG economy. So there's a bit of an advantage early on, but you still need to convert rounds.
EDG going to be looking, see if they can convert round 3. Of course, the weaponry not going to be ideal because of how many players they did end up losing. Shock darts don't actually break any of this util.
One of the problems that I was having with the way that Sen were playing on this map, they were playing very passive holds on the B site.
Oh, the counting for John.
That's nasty.
Barely peeking out from the pillar, nobody will punish. Born in through the back though, that is a response by Second. He's put some more damage. And herd into these EDG players still out through mid. G2 attempting to pluck some of these players out of the picture. Tens still holding. And the rifle aim is dead. Not enough to escape though. Ghost. The supplement of the fire by Smoggy does manage to trade that one out. Nade, it's out, but it does miss. Off to the side, Sassy sticking. Anything else to push this one back needs to be defended. Second, he can't really let this one loose. Still, it's half already onto the board. And the mid flanks and a fight from main. Damage is done. Value gain, potentially a round win at that. Fight forced out. Second with a tap, but he is traded in the end. Nobody. Bulldog primed onto it.
Yeah, with the light weaponry. Bulldogs, Guardians, EDG win a bonus. This is a massive beginning to the map. EDG knocking the economy immediately of Sen. The opener, huge. John wasn't really contesting like that in the previous match that we saw them play from Sunset. But Tens also getting caught in mid is so rough for a player that's been spectacular. He just only expected the single mid lurk, which is pretty reasonable, but getting caught in that spot allowed Smoggy to sneak in.
It is a dream opening for EDG.
Couldn't ask for better.
It's all about keeping it moving, keeping it going.
And they've turned it around massively from the kind of opening they had on Haven. But they lost 7 rounds in a row after Pistol.
Resilience is showcased. EDG willing to take a step back here, but Kang might be regretting that one. Offset here, overdrive is available, flash through into the back. That's Simon looking to hold his own ground against this. Smoke dominated, nobody's still trying to command that position, but he falls. Simon will have to retreat now. His back's against the wall, Smoggy defending at least a portion of it. Aftershock into the corner. Tenuous here for EDG, but they still have those rifles. It's going to be a big advantage working potentially for them. Picked up with the upgrades. JohnQT fires straight back at them. And the bait and switch leaping into the fight. Taking no prisoners. Sentinels really had no right winning that.
A complete MasterCard Thrifty coming out from Sen. Ten's on the high ground with a Sheriff. Pops off a beautiful opener to deny Kang, and from there, that first pick, creating opportunities for Zekken to go forwards, allow others to pick up rifles.
Way to play.
The Neon once more forging a path forwards.
Can I have a Sonnenberg?
And just like that, Sen back in a little bit of control here. It's only nobody that can afford to be able to get a rifle online. The ults are good from EDG, and I'm sure they'd invest if they got the opportunity. This is more what Sen were doing on their defense side, though, last we saw them. 4-player stacks on the A side, leave one person B. It was very easy for their opponents to just waltz into the B site and take that room.
Yeah, market splits were deadly when DRX were playing against them.
Absolutely.
Up through mid 2. You might see some adjustments. I mean, we already kind of are seeing evidence of it, I suppose.
We are, yeah.
Trip up top section of mid, so nobody really has to watch it. They've got a cam late in market to take the contact of this one. They spot him, nobody. Past it.
The cam's always going to get cleared there because people are always watching for 10s on top of the box.
Yeah, it's a spot that he loves.
And this time, it's the same kind of hole in Sen's defense. And so that means that they're forced to play a lot of B retakes.
There's danger here.
There is, even with full rifles for Sentinels, there is danger because these B-lane post plants are so overpowered on
Kill
Sunset.
trips. I mean, nobody's got an ult. He's already getting into position. Be able to play this one. And Sen don't have a lot of time to work with. Kill trips. Chewing up these players, rooted into spot from Sentinels. They've got to find a way to navigate it. Sassy, diffusing, sticking, reveal up, Hunter's Fury, Sassy! My God! It's down to the wire, down to the brink, half earned! But Zelsis is the last chance for him! The gang will not let it slip!
EDG answer back instantly with another Thrifty of their own. Barely any weaponry brought into that round. And that's exposed a gaping hole in what Sentinels are doing on this map on their defense side. I said both of these teams have put up really strong performances on Sunset before. That's once the halves flip. And we see EDG defending, Sen attacking. This is not good enough from Sen if they want to be able to get that 5-day break and head up into the upper bracket.
Bar for bar with a worse and weaker weaponry. Each turning themselves around here. Now Sen are in that tough position. They've still managed to scramble together some sort of a buy, but down 3 rounds, EDG got their sights set on the finish line in this series. Breaking past their prior performances and ceilings.
Applying a little bit of mid-pressure here. EDG are the kind of team on their attack side that will pressure the very top of mid, look to try to lurk Kang in or see if they can pull off Shishu, finding some space, contesting where Zelsis is currently stood. So you can understand why Sentinels still have 3 players in kind of passive positions towards top mid here. Is anyone going to be able to control the backside of B?
Not playing the Cypher offside, JohnQT. They get caught. No command emanating out, that means the trips go online too. We're hoping to play some kill trip setups as well.
And they drop off. Tens was thinking about trying to get his backside there, and the rest of his team wasn't willing.
Once more, Sen are going to be tested. This time, we're trying to hold on for these retakes as well. Nobody. That first point of contact. Who's the one to trade online out of Nightfall? Scatters his way through, in through the main angle. Noise. Cut away. Zekken with the defuse, but he's pushed back from some form of the util. Overdrive popped off. Kang! Goodness me! Tears them to pieces. TP up and over. Tenstat is precise, and he's got to be keen, surgical, whipping his way through and behind. He's going to try and defend this one. JohnQT brought down, but a half earned. There's a chance and a potential. G2 flips the sight. And all expectations once more. Sen just too slow with his retake attempts. And EDG are so willing to run rings around them.
Not just too slow, but far too passive. Again, the same problem that we witnessed last time when Sen played against DRX. They're just giving the site for free. It's free plants over here on B. We set it up this half was going to be an opportunity for either team to grasp hold early and come out with either prep or individual form to be able to run away with this first half. And the story's going to flip once we go into round 13. But for now, EDG are building up a phenomenal advantage. A 5-1 lead. At no point really in this match have we seen EDG in complete control. Even on Lotus, there were moments of it, but Sen always found ways of striking back. This feels very different.
It's dominance calls into question as well. You know, how much can you correct from one match to the other? Sen, it's been astounding, I think, the work that they put in to shore up their map pool and their own, I suppose, form coming into the event. Because, like we said at the beginning of this series, at the beginning of this event, I mean, it was looking poor from them. They just weren't looking like they were in a trophy lifting form. This, though, from EDG, they spotted the weaknesses, and they have called into question whether or not Sen can shore up the gaps that were on display that were pried open by DRX.
But I also think if you're going to make that argument that Sen, their form didn't look great and it's good what they've done to shore up the map pool, Sunset was actually always towards the top of their map pool. And it has been all year. So the fact that this is now the map causing them problems, going to be disappointing. Looking to try to catch Chishu off guard there early on. He does sometimes default in that bottom spot. But EDG are fast with the help and quick with the escape.
And all it takes is a slow default.
Take flight.
Make sure nobody oversteps themselves. Drawn by nobody.
And a re-clear through B main here as well. Looking to try to put pressure once again onto Chishu.
Spot on the one, shot dance flying forwards. Again, the setup is not over towards that direction, but a fight one out with Sassy dropped. Open access now towards the A site.
A sharp from Smoggy.
Kill trips though. Doesn't have the gun for the job. It's just damage. Chews up Kang Kang. Not enough to deliver the kill. John QT's going to be kicking himself.
There are isolated players around here. Nobody's isolated. Chishu is as well, but they're getting good lurk timing.
Yeah, great lurk timings. At that, the trade might be a little bit more impressive there from Zeltz. In fact, that he does that with the classic in hand, but he won't be able to get much more. Done from the edge. I mean, second. He glides, hoping to use the precision. Maybe land a kill there, but it's all being covered.
Kang Kang picks up 10s in mid and picks up the 6th on the board for EDG. But the tactical timeout that Sen took, the panic button that Kaplan hit, was for this round coming up, round 8. It wasn't for the Thrifty particularly. So what is the change up here? How are they going to adjust their defensive setups? Personally, I'd like to see 10s posted on the A line. You have an Omen with outrageous gun skill, and you're not playing him on an aggressive line towards A regularly, if at all. He tends to be over towards market, and you leave that job to like Sassy with the Prowlers. It's quite backwards compared to how most teams are doing it. They're going to get Zekken posted there as well, and he's mighty fierce.
And this is the typical setup. Sentinel's going for it. They have nothing to watch market or top mid. This was getting exploited towards the end of the map by DRX when Sentinels were going up against them.
And I said that EDG love doing this kind of thing. Probing, seeing if they can get Kang Kang or Chishu into this kind of spot. Does Sen deal with it?
Zeltz is in position. It's going to be a fault line off the back of that with Zekken, I should say. Collecting that first kill. No noise made.
I mean, they can hear the neon through spawn.
From EDG's part of things, Kang Kang punishes it. All the footsteps pointing towards it. Rolling Thunder is to try and shore up, stem the bleeding.
Yeah,
stop it in its tracks.
You can't follow up on that. That's just to stop EDG from running away with the round. That's purely for map control, the breach ult.
It just feels frantic from Sentinels at this point.
But at least TenZ is in an anchor position. They're actually looking to hold back B site this time.
Paranoia swoops its way forwards here. There's 38 seconds to play with. Only mid-control for EDG.
And nobody's calling a pivot back to the A side, putting stress on Sassy. He's still got Horn, Seize, ways of slowing this down.
Sassy will be in hot water. Now to him, the util, the gun into his hand, whether or not he can push this back. Dodging, sidestepping, most of the util gives up access to the site, but as long as he hold on to elbow control, and he can't even do that. Chichu comes around the corner like an absolute Ferrari. Celsius will punch it right back. Kang Kang flatlined and dropped. 3 versus 3 is where we stand. The pressure now on to Sen for this retake, all grouped up. Cam broken. Nobody noted. Smoke in their faces, spamming, spraying away, trying to pave the way to success for Sentinels. They need RNG on their side. Only the one, and they're just getting collected, corralled into the corner.
7-1 devastation for Sentinels. EDG were forced to actually mid-round in this round. They were forced to make the correct decision and pivot. They weren't just given a free B plant. And this showcases that they're capable of still winning, even if Sen make the right adjustments. Even if Sen shore up that B defense and don't just play retake the whole time. Nobody's calling, and it's frightening, these 11 and 4, taking them through and sailing them to clear waters. Sen have got another chance here, another rifle round before their economy is smashed against the rocks again. But it almost seems too far gone at this point. It would have to be an outrageous comeback, almost all 4 rounds really.
It's evident, I think, from the second timeout being used by Sen.
Yeah, and that's very similar to what they did on Lotus. They burnt through both of their timeouts in the first half very early on, and they weren't able to close things out towards the end, even after they'd rallied a little.
To speak on EDG, this is a team that feeling downtrodden, I think, off the back of the international events of this year. They saw other teams in their own region even overtaking them, going to greater heights than them at these tournaments. But this is validation and vindication almost as well for this squad, as we've already been mentioning. EDG have only ever known these 5-6 finishes as the peak of international play. A win here not just sails them forwards deeper in through that upper bracket, but it grants them one of the highest finishes at minimum that they've ever had at a global international tournament.
And the more they win like this, the more you believe that they could go further.
How far can they go? Sky might be the limit for this squad. For now, all the question leveled at Sentinels of whether or not they can stop this EDG squad, who are just empowered, fired up, resilience on full display from steamrolling over them.
The change-up here in the defensive setup is not large, but they've tucked TenZ and John Cutie into market, anticipating a B split. And it does look like that's what EDG are cooking up.
I'm spotting it. Fault line slowing them down. Here's a refight called Sentinels. They want to get straight into the fight. Clash called for, and 1 out. Kang might have something to say about it. Brings it to the 2 versus 3. Spike still dropped down to the bottom section. The squeeze of Sen, they have full control over towards mid. Will take heroics, and with the damage done, weakened up, Kang cannot stand against most of it. Nobody. Trying to play bait and switch as well, taking that fight. Backstepping, hoping he can isolate at least one of them, but the crossfire setup should be intact. Foolproof from Sentinels at this point as well. Baits that peak. See if he can spot these players out. Finally, Zekken will take the fight anyway.
And so Sen finds some success coming out of that tag timeout. The adjustment didn't look enormous, so EDG went into it thinking same old, same old. But a great call there from Zekken and Zelsis. Instead of holding it top mid passively, they throw some utility in and crunch mid, finding tons of EDG players that turned into corpses there.
We're back, we are back. Let's get 5, gang, let's get 5.
If they were able to get 5, they certainly would be back.
Morale though, high spirits from the Sentinels players. Handshake with a util. Either side really taking too much space.
And the same defensive setup again. John, TenZ in market.
Nobody ever reclear, Zekken.
That is difficult to do. The box is super spammable. Hard to get out in that kind of area, but Zekken barely takes a tickle.
Well, util being used, including the flash as well. It's a pretty big indicator to EDG. Most of the players stacked over from Sen over towards A main. And surely they don't overstep themselves. They're going for another fight as well. Contact plays on contact plays.
A massive fight in A. EDG are trying to make it feel like they're in mid and bait out this reclear from Sen.
And they're just holding for the peak. What util did they even have as well? Contact cord as well. Full line is late. Celsius. util doesn't help him. It's EDG with the initiative in that fight. And with it, you can sit down and stare at it, but it's a 5 versus 2 scenario. Sentinels have no real chance back into this round.
Their economy is not in a terrible spot. If Tens and John were any closer to the action, they might give it a try. But EDG have outplayed them again. The story of this half early on was Sen giving away too many opportunities, but now that they're playing a little bit of a better game, EDG are just pulling it back out of their grasp. The calling there from nobody is so strong. Faking like they're doing the same stuff. Throwing that same market util. And John, he is not holding on to this weapon. He's got players behind and in front. They're going to drain every last drop out of the Sen economy. Austerity is here, and it's coming for Sen.
Don't want to hear that.
EDG are playing a beautiful game right now on their attack side.
It is. It's truly great.
I don't think we're getting the best out of Sentinels, right? But at the same time, they are trying to adapt. They are trying to throw in different things. And EDG only takes them one moment, and they've figured out a counter to it.
Yeah.
They're playing Sen like a fiddle.
And at this point, it's like an avalanche crashing down onto the Sentinel squad. They have to go for, again, proactivity. But Paranoia just plays straight through main, and it immediately diffuses all that tension. The play that Sentinels were going for to see if they can collect a kill.
The defensive util has been remarkably good from EDG today. Always there with Kangkang's stun to stop aggression like that. Paranoia too. They're the team that doesn't have breach, so they don't have the fault line or the aftershock. You might think they'd be weak to plays like that, but look, they found the gap again.
Yeah, it's another read. As soon as they hear that the Neon's in through mid being played into that, they know that they're not going for the typical A main hold that Sentinels like to do. They know that they're going to be playing off-site, trying to go for the retakes. So EDG can take their time with it, contact most of the way. The trips will not be oh, as I say that, I wasn't expecting them to get Valley. They spotted them out onto the corner. Still John takes down Smoggy, drops him to the floor.
Spike planted.
So overall coming through onto these guys. Look at those pings. Look at the angle that nobody's going to have.
And they're ready to fight this one right as the retake is occurring. Tags up into a few of these players. Hunter's Fury has to be dodged and juked and avoided. Let's skip rope over it. Kang though, still here. Chichu takes up the space, stands tall, stands strong, and will not be denied anything at all. It's a monstrous performance from many individuals on EDG, but full credit to the entirety of this squad.
Every part of their game is on today. The players are stepping up. This map, Chishu's come out of nowhere to just be outrageous. The prep work too. The
so
calling
good
from nobody. It looked like a very rough beginning to today. If you had only been paying attention to the first map, certainly the first half of the first map, you'd be thinking, uh-oh, EDG.
Yeah.
They've beaten some weaker opponents, some struggling opponents, but Sen are here to shut them down. Well, that story has changed massively over the course of this match. They're dominating Sunset.
Just one more round left in the half. That's all Sen have to work with, and it's the difference between 9-3 or 10-2. Either way you slice it is bad.
Zelsis has his ult online. It looks like they want to play a more aggressive defensive B.
Oh, trying to send it. As soon as Simon uses his ult, that's the trigger to try and slow them down, but there will be no follow-up. And Chichu, my God! This guy, he won't be denied. Playing in through Kang. He's hungry for more. There's blood in the water sense, but punishment in sight. Assassi will drop him eventually. Down to his knees, but it's still EDG in control. Backside players, B main still theirs. We've seen Sen perform miracles, but this, just a little too unlikely. When EDG are setting up pop players like this, contesting, squeezing Sen for absolutely every inch of space, there is no chance in hell for them here. The map is in their hands. The palms of these EDG players, they can feel it.
The anticipation that must be going through them. The stress and the pressure as they get to this halftime, realizing they are on the cusp of making history for China.
History for China and breaking past their limits. It's all going to be decided on the next half of this. on the brink of watching something quite special, I think, for EDG. It's a team that they turned up to international events, falling under the ire as well of some of the fans. The home crowd, though, this time is fully cheering them on. They're empowering them. I can feel it. There's a certain energy in the air right now that EDG are about to cross this boundary, this line that they've been pushed back, prevented from over and over again at prior events. This time, though, maybe Champs 2024 is the time to strike for China.
And it didn't look like this was even going to be EDG's year.
No.
Their performances at Madrid and at Shanghai in front of their own home
dismal,
crowd.
man. It was dismal.
It was really poor. And yeah, they've made this adjustment, changed the coaching staff, brought in new blood to the team, changed their IGL structure as well. And nobody deserves tons of credit because he's calling on the attack side here on Sunset. Remarkably good for a newcomer who had only done some like mid-rounding and secondary calling in the past. Sentinels have a mountain to climb.
We've heard the phrase, one round at a time is going to have to be the case here for Sentinels. Being pushed back immediately. Signs of resistance, EDG are holding this one. Plenty of players now to try and take this contact and take these fights. Names stricken off the record with nobody leading it for his team. And they want even more. Not content with just laying claim to just a few tens. Drop down, pistol round for EDG.
What a fragger! Nobody's there. Sova, 16 kills, up at the top of the scoreboard with Jishu, calling a beautiful game and playing 1-2. They've just driven the final nail in the coffin, surely, for Sen's chances. If there was any hope of a 10-2 comeback, it had to come off the back of the pistol round. There's going to be a force coming out here for the attacking team. But they didn't even really get that many kills. The plant money, like, this is odds and ends. A final desperate jump forwards from Sen. And EDG are going to be happy to collect.
Sentinels banking everything on this round, of course. If no other option. No room to breathe. Fault line's good though, Chichu with the cage to cover. His own cross here. Does give up access over towards B, so full side control plan going down and through the back of the sides! Oh my! Chichu, the util, just augments the hold and puts the squeeze on the Sentinels team. But listen, they've been battered and bruised before, but not quite like this. They have to barrel their own way past it, but with subpar weaponry and one left alive second, Miracle to ask for. Picks up the weapon, but not long again for the world and the round. A 12th is gained and granted. EDG are on the precipice.
When they woke up today, these EDG players would have dared to dream that they'd be in a spot here, winning this match, heading themselves to a minimum top 3 at Champions. I don't think any of them would have even imagined a stomp like this to finish.
Wow.
Up 12-2. They can take an eco here. They have no reason to buy up in this round. Wait for a better opportunity, try to do a bit of chip damage to Sen's economy.
Yeah.
You could even bank up a bunch of ults and just try to finish things out in one glorious moment.
No stress at all. Outlaw in the hands of Kang Kang. Slowed all the way down, and Zekin's desperate for the kill. Does hunt it down, but EDG are going to be hot on the heels of all these players. The 4-player flank. Ready and waiting to pounce on any of these players. Zelda to just the one before he's dropped, but info given up over to them. Tens now with that task. Challenge ahead of him. Players ready to fall here. G2 responds, returns with a fire. Just puts that scare one final moment there into Sentinels.
How much determination still exists within these Sen players. They look focused, they look locked in. Surely it's not manageable. 9 rounds, 9 opportunities for EDG to get a big moment from Jishu, nobody. A Kangkang round coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Ults online, Smokey's one away already from the Hunter's Fury. Only in round 16.
There's a reason why we call comebacks in this particular spot an impossibility. Listen, I'm no stranger to that word. I use it often. EDG with rifles in hand, well trained now onto all these spots. The Prowler. It's an opportunity, but immediately defensive util. We were pointing it out, the Paranoia is perfect to push back. There's pressure applied onto these EG anchoring players and still trying to take the fight up through the gut. Different directions here, still beaming them down. Simon dropped to his knees, maybe handed them over that weaponry in all 10s. Collecting the kills off through the flank, overdrive. Finds his mark. The tracking is immense. So Sentinels will be able to stay alive a little bit longer.
And the pathing is great. Sen's attack side is fantastic on Sunset. There's no denying that. No pretending that Sentinels are weak here, but they did not get to play their favored side. And they stacked up only 2 rounds on defense. That's why the comeback looks impossible. Not because Sen are bad. You can see the way that they deathball together, trade out second perfectly, and have that little fake.
Nice.
Into the Bova pressure, into the mid push. They've got good ideas here, but it only takes one.
And how many times have we seen a comeback dealt with, taken away just from the hands of weaker weaponry? All the pressures on Sen, man, and it is. There's no room to breathe. There's no buffer in place for Sen.
You just let off the gas pedal for a moment, thinking you've got the eco advantage, not wanting to show a specific strat, save it for a better rifle round, save it all, and suddenly it can come crashing down. But Sen have found their way into the A site fairly early on here.
The sound cues are going to be found! My God! Kang! He's doing them dirty now. Can't quite gain a rifle, but picking apart the Sen players. The offense, the attack, the aggression is met. Tens has to answer, and will do just that!
What a 3K! Stuffed into a corner. It was all down to nobody. Look prime and ready in a 5v3 for EDG to close out. But it seems unlikely that it will be this round that takes EDG forwards. Tens, what a monster. He's just saved his team.
Yeah.
But
Definition, man, of matters into your own hands.
They will need so many of those moments, and in more difficult spots than that.
That's when EDG don't have the money to put together a buy, but you can feel it how free-flowing EDG are. Eviscerating most of the players as they were trying to exit onto the site here. One round at a time is what Sen are going to be repeating to themselves.
And they did force out that Hunter's Fury from nobody, so they're making things marginally easier. And this one is massive.
Door's going to be teared down almost immediately. Back into a slow, cautious play by Sentinels across the map.
The one-way posted over towards A. Paranoia as backup, baiting off Kang's contact. These are the kind of things that Sen didn't really have going to help that A defense. Does it get broken by Sassy?
Bring them down.
Over the Prowler. Util used too, but it's Paranoia immediately going forward. Chichu! This is his area, this is his domain. But he is cleaned up nevertheless. Chopped up into pieces and spitting them all the way out. Nobody seeking to plug those gaps. Will go down as a result of it. 4 players still left to stand here by Sen, but chances for EDG still. Flash is good, crossing back in through main. EDG not able to catch any of them. This is the crosshair placement, but they are rapidly now getting themselves into position. Onto the site, stun is excellent. Flash though, peek immediately there. To be traded out and over, spraying them down with the rifles. Heroics and a bit of luck at play. EDG are hoping for it. Through the box now. Simon and Smokey. They can't get it done. So once again, it's Sentinels that breathe just the slightest sigh of relief and continue to survive in the series.
4 rounds in a row here collected. If they get another rifle round, you're starting to believe. But there's still tons of danger ahead of them. They still need 6 perfect rounds on their attack. And that's even just to force overtime.
Yeah.
They're not out. They're not out of the woods at that point.
They got to keep it going.
EDG, though, are forced to take their tactical timeout, so they're going to look to adjust something here. Even with Zekken team stunning himself in that market split, they still managed to get the trade out onto Chishu. I think Chishu's going to want to be able to hold on to that area, but he's finding himself getting overwhelmed. EDG are playing a very standard defense to the map, very similar to other great teams here. Teams like Leviathan, for example. Heretics, you know, these kind of teams that have a great understanding of how you want to be pushing and pulling on the defense side. But Sen are still breaking through. It's not that EDG are giving them areas for free. Sen are playing with fire.
Yeah, persistent team too. I mean, they've been in spots like this. Maybe not exactly like this where they're forced to come back, but...
I mean, the beginning of this year in the offseason, they actually pulled off a 10-2 comeback on their attack side on Sunset. That was like the first glimmer at the very beginning of the year that Sen were taking the offseason seriously and looking like they could win games in difficult spots.
Yeah.
That ended up culminating months later in a trophy at Madrid. They can do these kind of things, but it's not consistent, and really, it shouldn't be possible.
On a stage like this as well, when there's never been more pressure. And this is a trap play if I've ever seen one. Paranoia sweeps, stun alongside it, rattling with the Sheriff in hand, chewing up the Sentinels players. Not many options are available to you, and Celsius, he didn't have a clue. Blinded up, Spike dropped down into the laps of EDG. This is exactly what we were talking about. There is no room to breathe when there's up to 12 rounds. EDG can feel it. Spike picked back up, earns itself. Sassy, a lot to adjust and overcome. Tens is down and out. EDG, they end it all. They take it over that line, and they break past their limits.
What a performance from them! And they finish it on the Thrifty as well. The trap play, the depth of strategy, showcasing even in this final round what has made the difference here for EDG to break through. It's been that prep, the hard work, moving.
Hello. അത് ശരി. Hello. 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 Hello.
Match found. Death match. Warm up.
게임 컨텐츠. 그냥 이렇게 뭐 집중하면서 부담감을 좀 조율하고 있다.
I call you Chale because it means you're my friend. But maybe I should call you Kwasia because you
Fight.
follow. Rise and bring glory. Oh, come on. Trinity, you're welcome. Bye-bye, Boomer.
Dominating.
Killer. Enemy punished. Nice. Better luck next life.
Okay.
Look at my beauty. Trinity, you're welcome. Quadra.
Dominating.
ഇറങ്ങി.
Remaining.
Trinity, you're welcome. I dropped your Viper.
Come on, man.
Dominating.
Trinity, you're welcome.
5 kills remaining. Dominating.
Power power.
One kill remaining.
Less individual. One more. Yes, this is progress, my friends.
അയ്യോ അടുത്ത് പോയി. Sentinels versus Fnatic ആയിരിക്കും കേട്ടോ അങ്ങനെ ആണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. Yes. Sentinels versus Fnatic.
Match found. Death match. Warm up.
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
Fight!
Who will I spot first? One less. That's 3. I win again. Next. I don't think so. Aye. So close.
Come on, man.
Not your best. You lose.
Remaining. Dominating.
away with you. That's 3. And 4.
5 kills remaining. One kill remaining.
Champions playoffs, and he's putting up rounds like that